Good morning, everyone. This is our 5-minute warning. Please feel free to grab a coffee, head back to our seats. We'll be started in about 5 minutes. Good morning, everyone. Feel free to head back to your seats as we get started. It's about 9:30 here, so if we want to take a seat, wrap up some of these conversations, I'm excited to hop into this. Good morning, everyone, and welcome. We're delighted to have you here for the 2026 Wisconsin Agricultural Outlook Forum with this year's theme, Agriculture and Trade, Wisconsin's Experience. My name is Amalia Draxler. I go by Molly for short, and I'm currently serving as Wisconsin FFA State President. I'm a junior here at UW-Madison, where I study agricultural and applied economics and life sciences communication. I grew up with deep roots in agriculture, as I grew up on my family's 700-cow dairy farm, so this is very important to me. Thank you all so much for the opportunity to be here. I greatly appreciate it. This is a very important topic, so I'm excited to dive into it. On behalf of the Planning Committee and our partners across UW-Madison, thank you for joining us today. We truly appreciate the time you've taken to be here and engage in what is an important and timely conversation for Wisconsin agriculture. The topics we'll explore today, markets, trade, policy, and their impacts on farms and communities, are central to the future of our state and our ag economy. You should all have a program booklet at your table. This includes the full agenda for the day, as well as a list of today's speakers and brief bios. I encourage you to keep it handy as we move throughout the program. Before we begin, there are just a few housekeeping items and acknowledgments I'd like to cover. First, we'd like to extend our sincere thanks to the sponsors who helped make today's forum possible. From UW-Madison, we'd like to recognize the Rank Agribusiness Institute, the Department of Agricultural and Applied Economics, the College of Agricultural and Life Sciences, the Division of Extension, Center for Dairy Research, and the Office of University Relations. We are also grateful for support of our external partners, including Wisconsin Farmers Union, Wisconsin Farm Bureau Federation, Wisconsin Agribusiness Association, Wisconsin Cheesemakers Association, Wisconsin Potato and Vegetable Growers Association, and M3 Insurance. Their continued partnership allows us to bring together a wide range of perspectives from across Wisconsin agriculture. I'd also like to recognize those attendees who sponsored a student lunch. Your generosity helps make it possible for students to attend today, and we're grateful for your investment in the next generation of agriculture leaders. I also want to recognize our advisory committee. This group includes Wisconsin state leaders, members of the state legislature, and UW-Madison faculty. They help guide the planning of the forum by identifying timely issues, shaping the conference theme, and recommending speakers who bring valuable perspectives. Their support ensures the forum stays relevant and impactful for Wisconsin farmers, agribusinesses, and rural communities. We're very grateful for their commitment to making this a trusted space for dialogue, learning, and collaboration in Wisconsin agriculture. A quick logistical note, slides from today's presentations and video recordings of sessions will be posted on the Rank Agribusiness Institute website, which is listed on page 7 of your program booklet. Slides should be available sometime tomorrow, and videos will likely be posted by sometime next week. If you haven't already had a chance, please take a moment during the break or over lunch to look at the materials on your tables, which include information and resources from UW-Madison's College of Agricultural and Life Sciences and Division of Extension. Before we turn to the rest of today's conversations, we'd like to begin with a brief adjustment to our usual flow. Due to a scheduling conflict, we're grateful to have Senator Sarah Kieski join us at the start of the program this morning. Senator Kieski represents the 14th Senate District and has been a thoughtful and engaged voice on issues impacting Wisconsin agriculture, rural communities, and the broader farm economy. We appreciate her flexibility and willingness to be with us today, and we're pleased to begin the forum with her remarks. Please join me in welcoming Senator Sarah Kieski.
Well, thank you so much. Again, I'm Senator Sarah Kieski from the great District of 14, and thank you for giving me just a couple minutes to speak. I was going to be part of a panel later in the day, but I got scheduled to be in a public hearing later, so I have to go back to the Capitol. I have been now in my position as a state senator for 1 year. The district that I represent is all of Sauk County, all of Richland County, parts of Dane, Columbia, Vernon County, Juneau County, and Adams County, sorry. It's big. It's big. And I grew up on a small dairy farm myself in Cashton, Wisconsin. So my love of agriculture just comes from my own upbringing. And I've been really pleased and proud to be put on 3 separate committees. As a senator, you get to be on different committees. And the committees that I'm on are education, mental health, and I'm on the Ag and Revenue Committee. While I started my life on a farm, a dairy farm, a small one compared to what you grew up on, ours was about 50 head of cattle, I also went off to study psychology. And my background is not in politics at all. I've been a mental health provider for the last 27 years, doing counseling for individuals, families, and couples. So becoming a politician was really an odd concept for me. This was not really something that was in my wheelhouse, but the idea of public service always has been. I think, like many in the agricultural community, serving the community through all kinds of different volunteer organizations is just kind of ingrained in us. I was a Girl Scout leader. I participated on mission trips, that kind of thing. And so really becoming somebody that could serve my community in this way was really important to me, and that's why I even joined in the campaign. As you can imagine, growing up on a farm now a number of years ago, my dad sold our farm in the late 90s as he was retiring. And things have changed tremendously since we had our farm. I was thinking about it, and I was thinking, tariffs are different. Food preferences are different. Technology, robots that did not exist when we were milking our cows. Climate issues, commodity markets are changing, processing facilities, sustainability practices, research, financing, labor issues, input costs, pests and disease. These are all the issues, and there's more, right, that you all are working on, facing, and trying to address. And so I'm grateful for this community of individuals that are all passionate about this area, because I think having a robust, strong, economically viable agriculture industry for our state is tantamount to having our state be successful at all. With the $116 billion ag industry, my job, I see as being one of the people on the ag committee, is protecting and preserving the ag industry. And I'm going to give you two examples of bills that we've put forward. One is the right to repair bill. Many of you have probably heard of that. It is the opportunity for farmers to be able to independently, or you have a local mechanic, repair their equipment, to have cost reasonable, fair cost of tools, of the data that might be needed to repair some of this equipment that is now becoming more and more technologically advanced, all while making sure that we preserve and protect the information for those manufacturers. Right now, typically people have to go to the dealerships, and it's expensive. And so this idea is really trying to think about the bottom line, the pocketbook of our farmers, to be able to give them an opportunity to do this themselves. Unfortunately, this is a bill that was presented in April and has not gotten a hearing yet. So if you are in support of this, maybe talk to your legislative representatives and encourage them to put this to a vote, or hearing and then a vote. The other one that I just want to highlight is SB 811. It is working to fund 2 new DATCAP positions that work for the Wisconsin Farm Center. I'm not sure how many people here are familiar with the Farm Center, but it is doing some amazing work in providing support and resources to individuals that are in the ag community. They're doing things like helping with mediation, providing vouchers or virtual sessions for mental health issues. They're offering group therapy, and they're also offering some financial training for people, especially like when they're working on all the changes with, if you want to be providing your farm and having the next generation take over. There's a lot that goes into that planning. That, again, is a way to hopefully help the backbone of our state, our ag industry. I'm going to go and speak just a little bit to that because of my background as a mental health provider. One of the things that has come to my attention over the years as a therapist, I have met with farmers in the counseling realm. And farming is a beautiful way of life, but it's also a really difficult one. And the challenges that we're seeing in our, those that are doing farming, we are seeing a high level of suicide. It's 3.5 times higher than the average population. And that's really scary. And I think one of the things we need to do is think about how can we offer the idea that support is strength, not weakness. I want people to really understand and be able to, as a community, support one another and see that avoiding hardship and pain isn't strength, but instead facing it head on, honestly and openly, is where strength is. Because in community and in facing something, that is strength. I'll end with, farming isn't just a job, it's a way of life, it's a heritage, it's a culture, it's an identity, and it is beautiful. I'm proud of my rural farming roots, and I am excited to continue to work to uplift our ag community, to protect our farming industry, and to be a voice for our rural communities in Wisconsin. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Kieski. We appreciate you sharing your vision with us today. I'd now like to invite Professor Steve Deller to the stage to present on the Wisconsin agricultural economy. Professor Deller will be followed by Professor Paul Mitchell. Please hold your questions until the question and answer period. We'll have 2 staff members moving around the room with microphones. Just give them a wave when you'd like to ask a question.
Good morning, everyone. When I first started putting my notes together, I was thinking kind of the standard stuff. You know, what's the contribution of agriculture to the Wisconsin economy, what's happening to employment trends and all that kind of stuff. But I think that the situation right now and the focus of the conference on kind of export markets, that it would be kind of a better use of my limited time to talk about what is happening with Wisconsin exports in kind of a broad sense, to kind of see where are the trends, where does agriculture fit into that, and some of the things that we need to worry about. So, this is a sampling of some news headlines from the past week. There's really kind of a flood coming after the World Economic Forum in Davos, Switzerland. And there's things like Trump threatens new tariffs on Canada over China. Canada had just gone into negotiations with China to kind of get more, not free trade, but kind of to cut down the tensions between Canada and China and open up export markets. The reason that Canada's doing that is because they realize that their relationship with the U.S. is at risk, and they need to protect their own industry, so they're looking at alternatives. After Davos and the discussion about Greenland, the European Union has basically said that a trade agreement that we just negotiated, we're going to shelf that. We're going to set that aside, and we're just going to think about it. But the other thing that's really happening here, and this is from a larger economic perspective, and this is not just from the last couple of weeks, but the trade policies over the past year has just been kind of a tremendous amount of uncertainty. The tariffs are on, the tariffs are off, the tariffs are changed, and it's creating uncertainty, and the ag industry is not independent of that. Kind of the uncertainty around what is China going to do with soybean purchases. There's a lot of unknown here. And from an economic perspective, one of the worst things that can happen to an economy is rising uncertainty. There's kind of, you remember when Donald Rumsfeld was Secretary of Defense and he made that comment, and when we went into Iraq, he said, I'm paraphrasing here, he said it a little differently than this, we know what we know what we don't know what we don't know. And people kind of went, what kind of gobbledygook is that? What he was talking about really was, certainty, we know it, okay? Risk, we're not sure, but we can make a really good educated guess. Okay, do you think interest rates are going to go up? Do you think they're going to go down? You don't know for sure, but you can make a really good guess. And then there's uncertainty. We don't know what's happening. Uncertainty is really terrible for the economy, because if you're a business owner or you're a consumer and you don't know what's going on, what's your immediate reaction? You back off. You don't make that major purchase. You don't make that major investment. And what does that do to the economy? It stalls the economy. And that's one of the concerns that we have right now. This is, there's a group that's the Economic Policy Uncertainty Group. And what they do, and actually one of the founders of this is a political science professor on campus here. I didn't know that until I was looking this up the other day. What they do is they kind of track the media, and they have certain kind of algorithms that they use that they track certain phrases that are appearing in the media. And one of them is this trade policy uncertainty, and it goes back to January 1985. And you can see that there's a fair amount of stability here, except for two time periods. One was in the early 1990s, and that's when the Soviet Union collapsed. That's also when NAFTA was put into place. So there was big changes. There's a fair amount of uncertainty. Then it was fairly stable, actually very stable, until Trump's first term. Then there was uncertainty. Then the Biden administration came in. We went back to a period of stability, certainty, and then the spike. And that is an 8,000% increase, an 8,000% increase in the uncertainty. The spike was the Liberation Day. Any of you remember what happened to the stock market after that day? It was not good, okay? This goes up until about a month ago, okay? I think when this is updated, it's gonna spike back up a little bit because of all the things, all the kind of the chaos that's coming out of what just occurred in Washington. This is not good for the economy, okay? Now, what's the data tell us? Okay, this is, the PowerPoint shifted a little bit here. Anyway, what we've got here is for the US economy, this is quarterly, the percent change, it's an annual rate, and it's kind of coming out of COVID. And you can see the spike coming out of COVID, and a lot of what that was is just kind of catch up. Remember the stories about all the container ships that were sitting off the coast? They were waiting for the ports to open up, and then the ports opened up. That spike is kind of that bottleneck opening up, okay? So we kind of see, fairly robust growth in imports and exports. There was a period in 2022 that the economy kind of went into a slowdown period there. There was talk of a recession. We didn't go into a recession, but there was talk of one. But now look at the most recent data, and this only goes up to the third quarter of 2025. The fourth quarter data is not available yet. Notice that spike in imports in the first quarter. That was essentially Trump announcing Liberation Day. So what did a lot of firms do? They import it really quickly to get ahead of the tariffs. Then the tariffs come into place, and what happens to imports? They drop. Okay, so this is kind of, we see the effects of the tariffs in some of the data now. Okay? Got to push the right button. Now, what does Wisconsin export? These are the top industries that Wisconsin are exporting. And what I've done here is I've taken an average from 2018 to 2024. So this is an annual average over that time period. And the reason I took an average is that there's kind of annual ups and downs and whatnot. And if you take an average over it, you kind of get a little bit better picture here. Our biggest is navigation, medical, and control instrument. It's medical equipment. It's basically GE. Any of you know that GE plant that's over on the east side of Madison? That's part of it, okay? Ag and construction manufacturing. John Deere? Is it John? No, what's the one that was up in Dodge County? John Deere, okay? It's companies like that. Dairy is our largest agricultural export, and that's not surprising. Okay, now that's dairy. That's not farm dairy. That's dairy processing. That's primarily cheese. Animal slaughter and beef processing, and then foods that kind of that don't fit the categories that this particular data has. So Wisconsin agriculture, there is a fair amount of exports here. So Wisconsin agriculture is kind of exposed to kind of the uncertainty with the trade policies that are going on right now. Okay, if you look at Wisconsin exports over time, the top line is total Wisconsin exports, and you can see that it kind of, it leveled off, it increased, it leveled off a little bit. But look at Wisconsin farm and food processing. Wisconsin farm and food processing, it's not so much the farm products coming out of the farm gate. Indeed, if you look at what's the farm gate, what's coming out of the farm gate, it's primarily grains, it's soybeans, okay? And that's why that trade relationship with China is so important. a lot of our exports is coming from food processing, okay? And that's a lot of cheese, okay? Indeed, if you look, Wisconsin's exports, that's $24 billion. Is that billion? No, that's billions. 24 billion, beg your pardon. Wisconsin agriculture accounts for about 12% of Wisconsin total exports. And if you remember the contribution of Wisconsin agriculture to the Wisconsin economy that Jeff and I did, that lines up with about the contribution that the industry has to the state's economy. So it's about 10 to 12%, okay? The bulk of that is food processing materials, okay? What specifically are we processing? There's 3 blocks here. The top block is food processing. That middle block is support agriculture, forestry, fishing, forestry products, and then that bottom block is actually inside the farm gate. That bottom red line, that's soybeans primarily, and that's why the trade policies with China is so important. Okay, but again, you can see the big ones: fruits and vegetable, specialty foods, dairy products, again, that's cheese, the animal slaughtering and processing, and then this food category that doesn't fit into these other categories. Okay? Now, who are our biggest export markets? We export to a lot of countries. It's really kind of impressive in terms of how many countries that we export to. It's over 150 different countries that we export to. Our 3 biggest are Canada, Mexico, and China. Germany then comes in, Japan, but the big 3 are really Canada, Mexico, and China. And that's why trade relationships with these 3 countries are particularly important to Wisconsin and Wisconsin agriculture. If you look at the top exports to Canada, again, the biggest one is agriculture and construction and machinery equipment, converted paper products, that's part of the supply chain for the paper industry. Again, foods, fruits and vegetables, and then dairy products. Okay, these are all products that are being imported or exported to Canada. Okay, now this is the map of where our dairy products, and again, this is not milk, this is dairy processed, primarily cheese. Where is it going to? Again, the big 3 are Canada, China, and Mexico. South Korea and Japan are coming into play. But we're exporting all over the world, okay? So it's not just our immediate neighbors, okay? This is kind of the trend that's kind of messy here. What I want you to kind of look at is where's the growth? The growth isn't with Canada. We've had strong trading relationship with Canada going back years and years. That's fairly stable. There is some growth there. There's some growth with Mexico. But the real growth is with China and, to some extent, South Korea, okay? And again, this is dairy exports. So when we're looking at export markets, that Asian market seems to be where some of the growth is occurring. How can we better leverage that, okay? But China, again, if we get into a trade war with China, our dairy industry will be exposed, okay? Now, what are some of the takeaways from this? One is the uncertainty around trade policies, and what it's doing is that it's undermining confidence. One, it's undermining confidence in terms of prices for both exports and imported inputs. We're not sure what the prices are going to be because we don't know, one, what are the tariffs, and then how much of those tariffs are going to be passed down to the consumer, the farmer, or the food processors, okay? Paul's going to talk a little bit about the impacts on the inputs, on the input side, particularly like fertilizer. Financing options. Is there too much risk? Farming is highly dependent on access to credit. If there's a lot of uncertainty in what's happening to prices and export markets, bankers are going to start to get a little bit more conservative. So access to finance might be at risk. The ability to plan for future investments. If there's uncertainty in the market, that decision to make a major investment may be delayed. What does that do to the economy? It slows the economy down, okay? Will the long-term trading partners start to look for alternatives to the U.S., okay? Is the U.S. becoming undependable as a trading partner? Why did Canada start direct negotiations with China? One, they wanted to repair some of the relationships that they've had. They've had some stressed relationships with China. But what they want to do is that they're basically saying that the U.S. is becoming undependable as a trading partner. We need to look for alternatives. China. Okay? Brazil right now. Who is the largest producer of soybeans in the world? Brazil. Okay? If China is uncertain about our stability or the stability of our trade policies, where's China going to go? They're going to go to Brazil. For example, suppose that you've been working with a particular supplier for years and years and years, and suddenly you start to have problems with that supplier. And you decide, I'm going to start looking at other suppliers. And you find another supplier. And suddenly you find, hey, this is a pretty good relationship. What are you going to do? Are you going to go back to your original supplier, or are you going to go with this new supplier? That's what we're starting to see with some countries. Canada's recent negotiations with China, that's why Trump was so mad, and his immediate reaction was, we're going to impose another tariff if you do this. That's just driving Canada into China's kind of position. Europeans' free trade negotiations with South America. The EU basically has opened up a free trade agreement with the South American countries. They've been working on that for years, but with the uncertainty around trade right now, that kind of motivated them to get that going. So now there's a free trade agreement between Europe and South America. Where does that leave the U.S.? Does it leave the U.S. sitting on the sidelines? The foreign exposure to U.S. debt. This is the one that I debated about whether I should share this or not. Okay? And the reason, and this is a headline from a couple of days ago, is Trump's tariffs threaten sparks of new fears of Sell America trade. This is something that Denmark has recently done. Denmark, if you've been following what's happening with Greenland, Denmark has basically come out and said they're going to start selling off U.S. debt. Okay? If you look at who owns our U.S. debt, a lot of it is in international markets. Okay? People ask me a lot of times when I do economic outlook forums and whatnot, they ask about the deficit. The deficit in and of itself is not that bad. Okay? Well, the way the level that it is now is not good, it's not sustainable. But the real threat is who owns the debt that we have to sell to pay for that deficit. Okay? Denmark is selling off our U.S. debt. What if Europe, in mass, decided to start selling off U.S. debt? That could be a catastrophe. Now, some argue that Europe would not do that because it would trigger a worldwide recession and they would be sucked into it. But the trade negotiations have gotten so frustrating that Europe is kind of thinking, this is our last option. That's the uncertainty that's coming out there, and this is the kind of stuff that's keeping me awake at night. That's why I debated about whether I should share this or not, because it's pretty doom and gloom. So I hate to kind of leave this with kind of a cold water type presentation, but I think that that's kind of the situation that we're in right now. So Paul now is actually going to say, Deller, you're worried too much, we're doing great. Paul doesn't need an introduction, does he? Everybody knows Paul.
Now it's my honor to introduce Professor Paul Mitchell.
All right. Thank you, Steve. Which button do I push? I just did. I see it. All right. Thanks, everyone. I don't know about the news being good. We'll start with the good news. How's that sound? This is U.S. net farm income over the last 25 years. It goes back, or 20 years, I'm sorry. It goes all the way back to 2005. Then the forecast for 2025, the year we just finished. This is calendar year. $180 billion is basically what the USDA said back in September. That's the second highest it's ever been over the last 50 years, up 37% from last year, 45% above the 20-year average. We're doing great. What's the problem? No problems. That's what that sort of says. Now we'll look at the revenue side. This is what the USDA calls cash receipts. On the left is crops, on the right is livestock. This is all of U.S. agriculture again. This is all the big crops like corn and soybeans, et cetera, all the broccoli and apples. On the other side is all the eggs and every animal, every product we have. Crops are down. At the national level, the top bar is 24, the next bar is 25. We don't have 26 yet, obviously, and these aren't forecasts. This is back in September. Corn's down, crops overall is down 2.5% in terms of cash receipts going to farms. Corn's down almost 4%, soybeans is down over 7%, wheat is down almost 10%. You go on the livestock side, though, things are great. Up 11% from 24 to 25. And what you'll notice as well, the scale has changed. Some years these are on the same scale, but on the left there, corn is at a little over 60 billion. You double that, you get 120 billion. That's about where the cattle and calves are. That you can see the scale of livestock. Right now, over half of the farm economy in terms of cash receipts is livestock stuff. That used to be more closer to half and half. We've become livestock dependent. Cattle and calves up 16% from 24 to 25. Dairy is the only one that's the only not green one on there, and it's down just a tiny bit. Broilers up a bunch. Eggs are way up. Both of these we're going to hear from the people later. These trends in livestock aren't going to continue as much for dairy and for eggs. Eggs are down. I was just out talking to folks, and they're definitely coming down on the prices. Now let's look at the cost side. We're going to focus in on corn and soybeans. I got the other crops up here. These are the USDA Economic Research Service budgets. They use ERS budgets they use for national level. The bright green is the 2026 projection. Then you go backwards all the way to 2020, and you change colors. Corn there in the first one, $917 per acre, up 3%. Soybeans, $678, up a little over 3%. Wheat and oats, again, different numbers, but a little over 3%. This is the cost of production at these crops level. UW Extension has these budgets. They're talking $998 for 26. That's a little bit more than the USDA's budget because it's Wisconsin. We're not always the lowest cost producer for corn and beans. Soybeans, $700 almost, a little above the USDA numbers, but up 7% for beans, up 11% for corn. So you can see definitely some cost pressure. Where's that cost pressure coming from? These slides moves around a little bit. That red bar is supposed to be the middle where zero is. Where it's going down is interest and fuel. Interest rates are creeping down, so interest rates, the cost of interest per acre for corn and soybeans is down a little bit. Energy costs and for diesel fuel is down. A bunch in the middle there up a little bit, but where's the big growth? Land costs, fertilizer costs, and machinery. The yellow is the soybeans and the green is the corn. You can see land costs are both up over $6 an acre at the national level. Fertilizer, the big green is for nitrogen on the corn because but also you can see the P and K. Machinery is a big one, over $10 an acre increase in machinery costs. There's a lot of costs going in the machinery side there. So look at Wisconsin here. Land rents continue to increase. On the left is the USDA numbers that come out in August. This is the average crop rental rate in the state of Wisconsin, $166. It's up 2.5% from the 24 to 25. This is of August. 26, we don't know yet, but I'm guessing you can see the numbers are creeping up still. Here's the top 10 counties. These are all over $200 an acre. These are the counties, and for a bunch of them, we have the change from 24 to 25 in that far right column. But down the southwestern corner, Lafayette and Grant, you can see those numbers really high, fairly flat. But here, Dane County, South Central, Rock, you got some of these other counties up 4, 5, 6, 7%. There's this definitely push upward in land rents. Some of our big counties, it's flat, but some of our other big counties as well, it's up. So definitely some pressure on those land increases like we saw in those USDA budgets. Here's the cropland values. This is the cost per acre to buy land. On the left is the USDA number over the last several years. And what you see, 72.50 is the state average. That's up 6.6% from August of 24 to August of 25. Land values continue to increase. That really helps farm balance sheets. On the right is the Chicago Federal Reserve Bank. They have the ag letter, and about the southeastern two-thirds of Wisconsin is in the 7th district of Chicago, and they put this report out. These are the quarterly numbers. The top number is the third quarter from July of 25 to October of 25. The bottom number is the year over year. What you see is things are slowing down. But year over year, the bottom number, they're up 4% in Wisconsin. The U.S. This is for good farmland. You can see our neighbors, 6% Indiana, 4% Illinois, Iowa, flat. And then the last quarter there is lower. It's slowing down. The land value increase we've been seeing seems to be slowing down relative to what we've seen in years past. It's overall, the district is up about 3%, but the third quarter flat is the district average there in the green box. So on the other side is the input side. This is some recent data from the North Dakota State University's Ag Econ department has a new ag trade center. This is the impact of tariffs. Agriculture paid about $1 billion in new tariffs between February and October of 25. So, and this is where they come from. On the right is it's $958 million, so they're rounding up to $1 billion. And you can see the 4 categories there. Ag chemicals, so pesticides, machinery at over $530 million, and then fertilizers a little over $100 million, and then seed. And on the left is the monthly numbers. The colors are hard to see, but up on the top there is the machinery one. And think back to that machinery cost increase we saw in those annual budgets that the USDA put out. These are contributing to these and these other ones. At the bottom there is their estimate of the impact on percentage, how much we're talking about. So that $273.4 million in tariffs, that's 1.3% of ag expenditures on chemicals during that same time period. So you can kind of see they're putting upward pressure. They don't have one for machinery because a bunch of machinery is things like depreciation and stuff like that. So it's really hard to, there's no market. You don't write a check to the Depreciation Corporation of America. And then they have the thing at the bottom there, how they don't capture all the machinery costs. These are the new machinery, a complete piece of equipment. They're not including steel, aluminum, and parts and stuff like that. So that's where they get the $1 billion. So these tariffs are having an effect in helping push up some of these costs. So now let's look at the dark side here, margins. We're looking at just at corn and soybeans. These are our neighbors here, Northern Illinois, Iowa State, and UW Extension budgets. This is the cost. Take your cost of production, divide by your expected yield. This is the price you need to sell it for to break even, to cover your full cost of production. Northern Illinois is as close as we get to sort of what I think of as southern Wisconsin, and the UW Extension budget is a state average. You can see these numbers. Northern Illinois, University of Illinois, staying with that 490, 460. Soybeans down a little bit. Their corn after corn is always more costly. You got more pesticide costs, more fertilizer, and you get, on average, a little bit lower yield. Corn after soy does better. But you can see Wisconsin's a higher value or higher cost producer because we're not an I state. That's why we're not a major in terms relative to Illinois and Iowa. We're not in that same league with 10 million acres of corn and 10 million acres of soybeans. But our costs are high. We'll see these are the projected prices. The 25 crop, which is about a third of it's been sold so far in terms of the marketing year, 410. 1020, 1030 for beans in 25, 26 prices aren't a whole lot different. That's the cost on the left. There's what they're going to be selling it for. We're talking negative margins. The I states, Iowa and Illinois, are much closer to their break-even prices. But the average Wisconsin farm, these margins are terrible. Where it's a negative margin, about $1 per bushel for corn and $2.50 for soybeans, that's 25. The 26 crop, they're going to be planting soon, $1.50 for corn, negative margin, $3.40 for the soybeans. These are tough. I emphasize these are the full cost of production. You're paying for the land, you're paying yourself and management costs. These include all those opportunity costs in there and trying to capture all the hauling, the drying, and everything for the Wisconsin numbers. So it's pretty bleak out there for crop producers. Cash flow has become a serious issue for many Wisconsin farms. You can really see that in the data. We'll have one of the ag lenders on this afternoon's panels. So this is from the 7th District, again, the map on the right there, up on the top. The green line is loan repayment index, and the orange or red line is a loan demand. I think of it like a revolving line of credit, a credit card the farm has, and you pay your loan off each month, your credit card off each month, you're making loan repayment. The green index is high because you're making your loan payments. Each month you're paying it down. Red is high when you're not making those payments. You need more cash. I'm only paying my revolving line of credit off every 3-4 months. It's not paid off regularly. You can see this index through the third quarter of 25. The loan demand is high, loan repayment is low. We haven't seen it this low since well before COVID during those tight margin years. This is, to me, is a sign of financial stress. And Wisconsin farmers, it's the cash flow issues we're seeing. The other part is the Chapter 12 bankruptcy filings. This is the federal court data. I haven't put up these in a long time. This is the Farm Bureau has a nice slide, so I just put this one up. This is all the way through 2024. We don't have the end of the year 2025 yet, but I looked as of September 30th nationally, 293 Chapter 12 bankruptcies in the U.S. So they're up. That would be the number coming on. And the next year, we have the same here as Wisconsin. Before the pandemic, we were leading the nation, and then it went really low. I just looked up to September 30th, we're at 13 in the state. And what I always think of these as, for every one of these, there's 5, 10, 15, 20, I don't know how, there's a certain number of farms who have reorganized, done a lot of stuff to get their finances in shape so they don't have to file bankruptcy. So these are the ones that have had to for various reasons or have chosen to file bankruptcy. There's a lot of farmers out there that are dealing with cash flow issues, and those numbers are up again. So what's the government response? This is the USDA data again. It goes back. This is direct payments to farmers over the last several years, 5 years, plus the forecast for 2025. During the pandemic, that's those big in 2020. The world was ending. Remember, the shelves were emptying. We were euthanizing animals because we couldn't slaughter them. Milk was being dumped. So the government threw a lot of money at agriculture. You got the pandemic. That's the CFAP payments, and that maroon color. Orange is the PPP loans. And then there's some other programs in there. But what you see this year is 25, what we just finished, a big gray box programs. A lot of these ad hoc programs, we're throwing money at the problem. This is the second highest farm direct payments to farmers have been in the history of the nation. What are they in Wisconsin or in the U.S.? ECAP pushed out $10 billion, starting, well, $9.3 billion is out so far, $235 million to Wisconsin. That was in March. SDRP, the phase 1 payments or stage 1 payments started going in July. We pushed about $6 billion out nationally, $135 million here in Wisconsin. We got a phase 2 or stage 2 is starting here again, so there'll be some more farmers getting money. That'll be coming out. We had our Farm Bill program. ARC made payments in November. They would have come a little earlier, but the shutdown happened. $117 million here in the state, $2.6 billion. And the FBA, Farmer Bridge Assistance, those $12 billion have been authorized. Supposed to start at the end of February. And so I did the little math there. At the max, if everybody in the state of Wisconsin claimed it, we'd be at $266 million. It'll be something like 260 or something like that. And then if all the projections so far for ARC and PLC payments to come in October of 26 is about $240 million here in Wisconsin, $13 billion nationally. What you'll notice, these are all ad hoc programs except for ARC and PLC. From March of 25 to March of 26, we pushed out $30 billion from programs that did not exist the year before. You couldn't plan on this. All of a sudden you wake up, oh, there's a new ECAP. Here comes some money. You didn't know when you planned your corn that's what's going to happen or anything like that. Wisconsin has received $750 million from these programs. About 84% of that spending is ad hoc from a program that did not exist the year before. So this is the concern to me, is these ad hoc programs. Negative margins for 25 and 26. We're going to hear about livestock. I think it's weakening for some of them. Working capital is gone. Cash flow is a serious issue for many farms. Most vulnerable, I think, are the highly leveraged and lots of rented land. Those are not opportunity costs for these farmers. You've got to make your mortgage payments or your debt payments. You've got to pay those rents. If you own the land, you don't have a lot of debt, you can absorb those opportunity costs and live off your equity. The other group is older and no heir. They're not willing to wait until the next time commodity prices are high and they can make some money again. They're thinking, you know, I'm done. They're just going to sell out instead of losing equity over the next several years until the prices are high again. Government payments help, but they don't solve this high cost, low price problem we're facing. The short-term fix to reduces incentives to innovate and to remain competitive. I really think these programs are reducing these incentives to innovate and remain competitive. That's my worry as an economist. Ag is sort of there's large political issues, fights going on about what to do at the policy level, and I think ag is the victim, and what they're doing is throwing money at us right now. And I think my worries are not really, they're insulating us from that innovation, the incentives to innovate. Agriculture is a global competition that we have traditionally dominated, but the rest of the world's been catching up. We can't rest on our laurels anymore. Policies to improve margins are reducing costs and increasing yields. Tariffs would help reduce costs. We've seen some of those push up on small amounts on all the different costs for a lot of inputs. The other on the innovation to increase yields, that's things like the on-farm research and research funding for innovation. We've got programs here in the state on on-farm research and innovation. We do a lot of that here on campus. And we also have demand increasing policies. We talked about biofuel mandates. We talked about food programs, WIC and SNAP. some of those kind of programs. Part of that is a demand enhancement, the school lunch program. We've seen the food pyramid reorganized. But the other big one is obviously exports, ways to increase demand, help with the prices, a federal policy, state policies to increase exports. Then the last one I've been hearing is, talking to farmers out there, is they're starting to wonder if we're going to start doing land retirement programs, increasing CRP to reduce the supply, the planted acres, or even bringing out old programs like payment in kind, where farmers receive grain from the national stockpile instead of planting crops. And so we've got grain in kind for taking acres out of production. I haven't heard about supply reduction, land retirement programs like this for a long time. The last one I want to show here is the trade balance data. And looks like this slide survived the process. Looks like the gray line is the zero, and this is our trade balance for large types of commodities over the last 25 years, or through 2000 until 2024. And what you'll see is, and this is just agricultural trade, and these are all billions of dollars. If it's above this, that means we're a net exporter, and if it goes below the gray line, we're a net importer. And this is measured in dollars, and so it's not quantities. What you see, you got bulk, that's grains, that's corn and soybeans primarily. The next line down is the semi-processed, that's live animals, but also fresh fruits and vegetables. And what you'll see there is bulk product, corn and soybeans are staying flat, high, above 40 to 60 billion, 70 billion in that region over the last few. But you've seen our fresh fruits and vegetables from being a net exporter, we moved into being a net importer a few years ago. The next one down is the raw products. I'm sorry, I got the wrong line. Semi-processed is the next line. That's feed, fiber, flour, soybean meal, as fats and oils. That's that one. That's going to be think soybean meal there, and flour. The next one down is raw products. I'm sorry. That's the fresh fruits and vegetables. We've been a net importer of that for a long time, over the last 25 years. And the other one is the fully processed stuff. That's where that's where cheese fits in. We have been a net importer in terms of dollars for exports since the beginning. So since the beginning of this data here. So what you see there is what we're really good at in agricultural trade is exporting the cheap stuff, corn and soybeans, the cheap grains. And what have we done? We've become a net importer of all the higher value stuff. We were maintaining something, but you really see how that trade balance has got more and more negative in agriculture, and what we're not good at anymore is producing stuff that we can sell internationally. So I'm done there. Thank you. Where's Steve? Where'd Steve go?
At this time, we'll have our question and answer portion. Once again, if you have a question, feel free to throw a hand up in the air and we'll run a microphone to you.
Hi, thanks. I'm Sarah Lloyd. I work for the Department of Plant Agroecosystem Sciences, but I also farm Columbia County. Steve, Professor Deller, and Paul, you set it up well for me. When you're looking at the exports, you were talking about cheese. Yes. And I'm wondering, like, in your analysis, like, how much of that is whey, which might be a lower value, or dry milk powder versus higher value cheese? And are there trends in what Wisconsin is doing as far as trying to capture higher value and not just get rid of excess product, cheap excess product by overproducing?
I haven't looked at that data recently, so I'm going back in my mind here in terms of what some of the dairy economists were thinking about, Brian Gould and Ed Jesse, is that there is growth in the whey. They're trying to find markets for the whey, but it's still dominated by cheese. So I think that this is where the innovation comes in, is I think we need to start looking at markets, alternative markets, beyond what we're already pretty good at. We're pretty good at exporting cheese. We could do better. Of course, we can always do better, but I think we need to be innovative in terms of looking at some of these alternatives like whey and crops like that. But in terms of the absolute dollar figures, cheese just dominates.
Gentlemen, thank you. Sean Paff, represent several ag clients. Question for you about Canada. The Prime Minister out of Canada has been saying a lot of interesting stuff lately on a whole lot of issues, but we'll stick to agriculture. Canada seems like they're going on the offense and trying to find their own way a little bit outside of the U.S. umbrella. Very simple. You guys are the economists. You can try to figure out what I'm trying to say here. Can Canada survive without a huge reliance on the USA? We've all battled Canada on softwood lumber, and they've ticked us off on dairy and all that kind of stuff. But I'm not saying you're advising the Canadians, but what does that mean for us if Canada starts going a little bit more outside of the U.S. umbrella, if I'm saying that correctly? Thank you.
It depends on the industry that you're talking about. Let's focus. I mean, if you're talking the auto industry, the supply chains are so structurally integrated that the auto industry, the supply chains are so structurally integrated that there's almost like no border there. It's like trade between, southern Wisconsin and northern Illinois. You can't separate the two. In terms of agriculture, we're at risk. I don't think that the trade will ever just completely disappear, but I think what we're going to see is what's happening like with China and Brazil and soybeans. They're essentially going to start looking for other trading partners that they think can be a little bit more dependable. Is it going to be a structural change? Probably not. It depends on how long these tariffs stay in place. It could be that, 2 months from now, the president changes his mind and all the tariffs are gone. And that's the uncertainty. We don't know. But what's happening is our trading partners are essentially saying the U.S. has become undependable. We're going to start looking for other partners. And that's what Canada's been trying to do with China. How this is all going to play out, I wish I knew the answer to that. But if I did, I wouldn't be here. I'd be buying a brand new Ferrari. Paul, you want to try?
I think that's pretty much sums it up. We're so integrated, so many manufacturing parts and inputs for foods move between the borders as though we're moving between states. That's what U.S., Mexico, Canada, that's what it's about, helping that integration. It's hard to, once you start putting these tariffs between them, that's going to create problems. And so I think Canada's just taking a rational approach of finding an alternative in case they need more of it. And that will affect us. Is it permanent? I doubt it, and there will always be some trade of some sort, I think. We're just going to have to, I think we have to rely on personal relationships to push through these things like the political stuff is really what I think I think that's all we have. That and, because there's other times when we have high exchange rates and things like that. Those are big headwinds sometimes where it's cost these countries more to buy our stuff because the dollar is strong. We have to push through those with the personal connections.
But the one Wisconsin industry that is really exposed to is the paper industry. I didn't realize until I started digging into some of this data how the trade flow with the Canadian pulp industry and Wisconsin paper making, they're like joined at the hip. And how this is going to play out with the Wisconsin paper industry is a big unknown.
Pete Harden. First of all, I'd like to thank you both for your data-driven, frank presentations. So my question goes back to Canada. In 2024, Canada was the leading export destination for United States butter, cream, and anhydrous milk fat, taking 61% of our total milk fat exports. So my question is, if we get into a scenario where there are additional humongous tariffs placed on Canada, are the core products covered under the U.S., Mexico, Canada trade agreement free from these additional tariffs or not?
No, they're not. And that's part of the problem and part of the uncertainty is that the current administration is basically taking traditional trade policies, trade agreements like NAFTA, or what's the new name for NAFTA?
USMCA.
Thank you. And is completely ignoring them. And that's where a lot of the frustration is coming into play. So right now, no, there's no protection. It could change tomorrow morning.
My concern is ag just isn't as important relative to these political issues they're fighting about, and they're pushing those, and we don't have enough zeros behind agriculture in terms of billions. We need to get up to the hundreds of billions of dollars or even the trillions to start mattering. And so their solution in the short term has been to help us with subsidies on the crop side, and that solves the short-term problem. I'm more concerned about the long term of worrying about how these affect our costs and our incentives to innovate and come up with new products, how to keep our costs down, because it's a global competition. Brazil is the world's largest soybean producer. Their yields are the same as ours. They're the largest beef producer now, is my understanding. These are things we used to dominate. The rest of the world's catching up, and these, like I said, I'm worried agriculture isn't as important as it was 20 years ago in this big grand political arena. And so we're having a harder time getting our concerns addressed. That's my concern. And trade is just one of them.
And the thing with Brazil is that Brazil, in terms of its ability to produce, was way up there. Brazil's problem is that they couldn't ship it. They didn't have the transportation system. And what did China do? China came in and invested billions and built out the transportation system. So now Brazil can compete with us head on. There is no transportation bottleneck because China made a conscious decision to invest in Brazil. So if I'm China and I'm looking at needing to buy soybeans, where am I going to go?
Brad Piet, I'm with the Watco Company. We operate railroads here in the state. So this was a thing in the first Trump administration. It seems we have an isolationist trade policy. And with this isolationist trade policy, my concern is that there's going to be less trade, less economic activity. And if this continues to be the push, is that what we're going to be seeing in our economies? Less economic activity, less crops, less producing, less production. And then I guess a follow-up to that is, where's the disconnect with policymakers and reality of economics?
I'll take it. Yeah, thanks. No, this is back to my comment. We just don't have enough zeros. And to be frank, I mean, we export roughly half of our soybeans either directly or as meal and oil and stuff. Corn is somewhere around 20%. Dairy, I think it's somewhere 15 to 20%. If we can't export our surplus and we have to use all that domestically, we can't eat it. We can't use it all. I mean, we'd have to really change how we use these commodities. We're going to see fewer acres, and our shipping needs for moving grain around on the railroads in the Mississippi River are going to change dramatically. I think it's back to that point I made. This administration, this Congress has political goals, and I think agriculture is more of a collateral damage, and they're willing to help because agriculture still has political clout, but these are bigger issues they're dealing with, and we just don't have enough zeros. If we were talking trillions of dollars instead of tens of billions, they might be more relevant. But they are willing to trade off on immigration policy. They're willing to trade off on these. Why are they pushing these tariffs for political purposes on geopolitics? We're not as relevant in terms of they're willing to trade off and have agriculture lose, provide some payments, and pursue these other goals. And that's a political decision. That's not an economic decision.
You may have heard the phrase that you put 10 economists in a room and you ask them a question, you're going to get 20 different answers. If you talk about trade, and particularly in terms of like using tariffs to protect industries, you ask those 10 economists and 9 of them will agree that's bad policy. It doesn't work. And that the academic research goes back decades looking at that. Particularly after World War II, it's a very popular policy with a lot of developing countries. We're going to put tariffs up and trade barriers up to protect our own industries. It basically backfired, and it really hurt those industries. Free trade essentially has caused a lot of the global growth that we've been experiencing. Free trade has kind of led into a lot of that. Now, we can talk about winners and losers. There's a rising tide to rise all boats. I mean, we can talk about that. But this is one thing that economists will agree upon, Paula, you may disagree, is that the policy directions that we're going in terms of international trade is not the right way to go.
If you're measuring everything in dollars, that's what you get. But generating those dollars from international globalization. That's been the pushback. It's changed rural communities, it's changed urban communities, and that's the issue. It increases GDP for everybody, but there's a cost to increasing GDP. So we have to change. We have to compete globally. And so sometimes we're good at something, and now we compete globally. Oh, we've got a long tradition of doing this, but now it's no longer relevant because other people can do it better in the world. I have to go do something else. You know, it's like showing up at your office when you're 40 and say, Paul, guess what? You got to go do something new now. You've been really good at being a professor, but now you got to go do something new. That's a cost. But if overall GDP goes up, we say that's where the economists say that's okay. But there are individuals that are forced to change by the economics, and I think that's where you get into political versus economic. Economic decision is obvious. Trade is better.
Yes.
And that's what we're seeing, this debate about the politics of some of these things. And that's the question. Are these costs we're seeing economically worth the political gains? That's why we vote on these things and have policy discussions. I can't answer that question. That's a political question, not an economic question. I don't know what the time.
Michael Slattery, my wife and I farm in Manitowoc County, and my question or comments are more directed to Professor Deller. What concerns me is the leadership, okay? So in 47 with the GATT and the 90s with the WTO, the U.S. was a leader in determining the terms of trade as well as the practices and customs that increasingly countries bought into and we had, all right? With the TPP, we began to pull back on it. So, I mean, what happened with that? Japan and South Korea, where we were their main trade partners, we no longer are. China is, okay? So we are losing leadership, and it's the relationship issue that concerns me because we are losing the leadership, even though I didn't necessarily agree with it. When you lose the leadership, you don't determine the terms of trade, which is what China is now stepping into, and I'm not an anti-China, okay? But how are we going to compete? We cannot compete, with this instability that we have going. Furthermore, I mean, I'm a grain and vegetable farmer now. I'm no longer beef, but a metric ton of soybeans out of the port of Sao Paulo is $480 a metric ton, whereas out of the port of New Orleans is $550 to $560. We got a tariff on, and then China slapped a further tariff on. We can't compete. So China turned around and they got Argentina to drop their export tax on soybeans, and they took 100 freight loads of soybeans, So we are losing our competitive advantage in markets if we had a competitive advantage. And how do you see this going forward? I mean, this concerns me greatly. I mean, Canada now has linked China with the Mercosur and with the EU, so we're losing our traditional markets and we're overproducing everything. And if we do not have these export markets, well, we're in bad shape.
There was, and this is where it gets to be a bit of a challenge because there's a piece in The Economist a couple of days ago, and it was more of an editorial. So you got to kind of take these things with a grain of salt because it's more of an opinion piece. But the point that was being raised is that China is basically, if your major competitor is self-destructing, what do? You just sit back and wait. And then you can be in a position to pick up the pieces and become the leader. So what this editorial was basically saying, or opinion piece was basically saying, is that China is basically sitting back and saying, they see if this continues down this path, that China could become the leader that we have been ever since World War II. Now, is that the sky's falling? I hope not, but it's a major cause for concern.
Thank you, Professors Deller and Mitchell. Let's give them both a round of applause. And it's interesting looking at this from my perspective. If you're unfamiliar with the FFA, we develop premier leadership, personal growth, and career success for students through agricultural education across Wisconsin. And we've often been described as the agricultural pipeline for careers. And so working with students so abundantly, it's apparent to me this perspective of needing to be curious and continue asking questions to create this holistic view for a community that invests back into our agricultural economy. So thank you all for your perspectives this morning. We are now going to take a 20-minute refreshment break. There are some snacks over here as well as other refreshments. Please enjoy and stretch your legs and connect with one another. We'll reconvene here in 20 minutes.
sure. People can see rather than having like not come from anywhere.
Hi everyone, this is our 2-minute warning. Let's grab our final refreshments and head back to our seats. 2-minute warning. Welcome back. We're ready to get started as we head back to our seats. Oh, okay. I'll let them know. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. I hope you all enjoyed your refreshments. We're excited to move into our commodity updates. I'd like to invite our first presenter to the stage for our grain update, John Heinberg, Senior Market Advisor, Total Farm Marketing by Stuart Peterson. Just like the, go ahead. Just like the last session, we'll hold all questions until the Q&A period. Our staff will be moving around the room with microphones. With that, take it away, John.
All right, good morning. So again, obviously 15 minutes to cover the commodity markets and the grain markets is not enough time, but we'll quickly broad brush it. I do have some things that I'm talking to producers about at the end that I'll cover here quickly. So with that, let's just get right into the information. Let's go touch base on the corn market. Obviously, we got the USDA numbers on January 12th. This is the last balance sheet. Record production, record acres harvested, record crop, 17 billion bushels. We've never seen that number before. It's well above the last record of 2023. in that regard. Put in that carry in from last year at 1.5 billion. Right now, we're trying to digest our way through 18.5 billion bushels of corn that's available to the world, to the marketplace at this time frame. Obviously, we saw the price reaction on the report in terms of corn, worst down days since June of 23 in that regard. And the biggest thing was, again, talking with producers, the amount of deflation in their attitudes that day. It was a tough day. Everybody was hoping for 10 more cents. And we wound up getting those numbers. Not going to go into it too in-depthly. We'll cover a couple of the bigger things as we go through it. You know, in terms of that corn market, Wisconsin did its share in terms of helping out that yield at 188 bushels per acre. That is a record here in the state of Wisconsin. We've seen the articles about the corn piles and things of that nature in Wisconsin as we're working through this pile of corn that's out there. That large supply is going to be a wet blanket over the corn market until something were to change it dramatically. And that's just going to take time. So let's go ahead and get right through some of the kind of where the numbers are on the historical side of it. Obviously, you can see our stocks to use ratio currently just pushing under 18% with this, or off this report, 14% with our carryout at that 2.225 billion bushels. Okay, those numbers are very, very heavy. And again, it's going to take some time to work through this. One area that has been the biggest bright spot has been corn exports. Okay, we are exploding in our corn export sales. We continue to be the best market in the world for corn. Okay, Argentina, Brazil crops are still 3, 4, 5 months away before they get to us. But right now is our window. We need to move the corn product. If you look at the numbers, again, record export sales, large shipments moving, current shipments with yesterday's totals, 53% over last year. The USDA is only forecasting a 12% increase. You know, big question is, can this be maintained? You know, a lot of questions thought this was a front-loaded type of export sale. Hopefully it's not. Hopefully we continue this pace. But the question immediately comes to my mind, A, can we ship it? B, you know, what is the world, and does the world need it with the heavy purchases that we've seen up to this point? Okay, one of the best ways we're going to get out of a stockpile is not going to be by a supply cut. It's going to be by good demand continuing to push. Okay? Maybe we need another source of exports. I've brought it up in some of my interviews. Does China step into the U.S. corn market, pick up some corn here at these obviously cheap prices? They were big buyers in 2021, which really helped push prices higher during that window. Problem is the relationship or the spread between Chinese corn prices, U.S. corn prices is not anywhere near that level for the business side of it to work for the Chinese. So, but maybe there's some hope. I always just throw that out there because if that would be a new source of demand that we're not looking at. Moving into the world stockpiles. Now, realistically, the world stockpiles is not too depressing in terms of numbers. In fact, if you go through it, lowest global ending stocks since 2014 and 15, because of that strong demand tone globally, lowest stocks to use since 2013 and 14. So realistically, on the global scale, corn is in a tight spot to some extent, okay? Take China out of the map because China is the world's largest producer and holder of corn, which is not available to the export market. You're looking at a 13-year low in that stocks-to-use ratio. So that strong world demand continues to be supportive of price. Also with that, the U.S. runs the world corn market, okay? If weather were an issue for our crop in the 2025-26 growing season, you could very well quickly see corn prices pop because of the global concern for need for U.S. corn. Okay, we're still the dominant player in that market. Unlike soybeans, we're not the dominant player anymore. Brazil controls the world market price. So here's what I'm looking at, some price ranges, possibly what we're talking for producers. Unfortunately, the numbers I'm going to put in front of you are not going to be much supportive of the numbers that Paul put together in terms of opportunity for producers out there. I'm just basically working a nice wide channel that goes all the way back to 2016. Again, right now we're kind of in the middle of the range to upper end of the range. Obviously, to get to that upper end, I think we're going to need to see some form of weather event or a source of demand that we don't see coming at this point. Right now, if we assume normal weather, with the way the policy in terms of insurance is set up, right now the incentive is still to produce corn. Realistically, if we're over 93 million, and I'm hearing 95, 96 million acres of corn coming in this year, because corn still, in terms of profitability, has the best potential, that's going to be way too much again, and only adds to the pile. Okay, so things could stay very, very depressed here in the short term and into the near future in the corn market. Let's go touch on soybeans very quickly. Again, there's the U.S. balance sheet for soybeans, yield at 53. Okay, beginning stocks coming in 325 million. Big concern on there, obviously, is the export side of the equation. I am still fearful that that export number is not low enough. Okay, on the last report, they did raise ending stocks up to 350 million bushels. Now, the soybean market has hung in there fairly well in terms of the price move. We're obviously trading at a much higher level than we were last year in this window. So at least there's some opportunity there, but again, break-evens are not there. There's not a lot of meat on the bone for producers. So we'll still have to watch. The crush is a big piece of the puzzle. As you can see, crush numbers up 125 million bushels, but we're getting to that point where does crush capacity kind of tap out here in the United States. We got room to grow it a little bit more, but that's something we're going to be watching, see how policy comes together. President Trump's supposed to be talking in Iowa today. Maybe he's talking that 45Z tax package coming out today. Maybe it's going to be the E15 talk, which I can cover in the question and answer session. It's not the silver bullet that's going to save the corn market. Okay, or my next thought probably a second aid package gets pushed out in the speech today. So let's go look at those ending stocks numbers. I mean, we're nowhere near where we were in 15, 16, 17 in terms of supplies, but we have a growing supply in terms of soybeans. If we see carryout go up to around that 400 million bushel mark on future reports, if the demand doesn't continue to pick up a little bit here, you know, that's going to be heavy on price here for the U.S. beans, especially with South American harvest just right around the corner. World soybean supplies, a little bit different situation. Obviously, you can see the stocks, all-time highs. Stocks used down slightly because global use has been very strong, obviously. Lower price brings more demand in that regard. Right now, stocks used at 28.5. Again, if you don't know what stocks used is, take 365 days times 28.5. That's how many days of available supply are out there at the end of the year. Obviously, that's a pretty heavy number. Brazil right now, potential record crop coming at us. That's only added on top of last year's record crop. There is talk of weather in Argentina, but realistically, the production of Brazil outweighs any of the losses that we see in Argentina from last year's numbers. You got to throw in the other countries in Uruguay too. Uruguay, Paraguay, and Bolivia and South America that produce beans. The crop coming out of there is massive between all those states combined. So that is going to be the concern going forward. Like I said, corn runs the global soybean market, global corn price market. Soybeans is run by the Brazilian price, just because the world's largest producer with the most available bushels out there and compared to what we have here in the United States. Right now, by just looking at price breakdowns as we move into the spring, right now the U.S. is about 50 cents a bushel above Brazil, almost 90 cents above Brazil for price for April into May, and that's the height of the Brazilian soybean harvest. So those are things, obviously, that keep me very anxious, the market, going into the next handful of weeks. Soybean export inspections, obviously that's been the story. Media headlines, everything associated with it. It's just the fact that the product of Brazil is so cheap at this time frame. It's not just China not buying. Actually, China now has clipped their 12 million metric ton total that they were forecasted to take here through some of the negotiations. The question is, what happens now? Okay, we got supposedly 25 million coming in the next 3 years. We'll see how that plays out. I'm a little bit skeptical that that happens. Soybean shipments right now, we're down 37% from last year. For USDA was only forecasting a 13% drop. Current shipments are off about 13 million metric tons, which is about 460 million bushels. So that's easily numbers that could get put back onto the balance sheet as carryout if we don't see those bushels get moved. And again, it's not just the Chinese purchases, it's the globe purchases. China obviously stepped in, Japan, South Korea, Mexico, all those soybean purchases are decreased from the previous year in that regard. And that's basically been driven by the thing that factors the most, which is global price in that regard. soybean range, I obviously keep a little more range into the soybean markets and some of the things I am looking at. Again, we've got a little bit of an uptrend in the market. As we can see, those are the red lines, a lot of lines in this chart. But again, historical price targets are what I'm kind of using for the range. I think the run out that we had in October, on the news of Chinese purchases, and that was a speculative driven run out. Okay, the fundamental factors weren't there. Only after the market peaked and started rolling over did China step into the marketplace. Okay, they are shrewd buyers of the product, and they only take advantage when the market's in their favor. So with that, right now I think we're in the middle, upper end of the possible price range for the year for November soybeans, for November 26. My bias is unfortunately to challenge that bottom end of the lower range, especially if the demand does not pick up. And realistically, there's some talk some more corn acres could shift back to beans, which realistically is the last thing we need, okay? If we add 1 or 2 million acres onto the harvested acre number for 26, assuming good weather, that puts another at 56 bushels per acre is what we raised here in Wisconsin, another record crop. That puts another 100 million into the balance sheet pretty quickly. And that's exactly, like I said, those extra acres are not what we need at this time frame because the demand at this point is still not there on the global scale. While crush is good, we like the crush, that's a big support in the marketplace. But again, we still need that small percentage, which is about 12 to 13% of US beans going overseas to get the push that we need in price. So some strategies and ideas, this is what I'm talking to producers about right now, and like a lot of questions. Paul was talking about the money flow situation, I can hear it. I put a position in for corn yesterday, a guy had to call his banker first to make sure he could get the funds to do it. All right, and that was only one contract. I can tell it's out there. It's tough talking to people, so we got to keep things smart, cost-effective, how we add value. Geopolitical weather trumps everything I'm talking about very, very quickly. Obviously, we can see, we come through, we get a bad year of weather, production comes down, you're going to see the markets move. Just the speculative side, this is the new market here post-COVID. Okay, the old traditional harvest it, sit it, sell it in July for corn is kind of out the window. The impact of South America really comes into play now in the competitive global marketplace. Just look at last year in terms of great corn demand and what did prices do into the summer, just continued to fall as we had that big crop coming. So, for our producers, I'm talking HTA contracts, hedge to arrive, that is, cash sales, put strategies. Right now, we want to protect the middle of the top of that range, as I was talking about. We're in there now, so I'm active, getting things going. I want producers at least to consider to be up 30% sold here by 14th of February. Why the 14th of February? First off, USDA Outlook form is going to come out, probably a projection of 95 million acres of corn at a 183 trendline yield. That's another 16 billion bushel crop on top of this pile down. Also, February sets us up for March 1st notice day, which is when basis contracts have to be priced. If you have any clients with basis contracts, please be early, not late to the Super Bowl, and get that pricing this thing. 85% of producers with basis contracts wait till the last minute. The market knows that corn is coming. The last 4 years, the average move from February high to March low has been 63 cents in corn. Other things to consider in that regard, again, those are seasonal talks, but no promise on that. But other things I want to consider. Again, reownership strategies, we're going to look for those breaks. February, early March is usually a typical window. If guys are making early sales, I want to have weather coverage in. So that'll be when we're going to pick up some calls or some ownership strategies over top those early sales, okay? Soybeans, that break is April to May. Last year we had an April low, and that low was sub $10. Okay, so I have a feeling that number could be pushed again this year because of the size of that South American crop. But that's the window we can get those ownership over early sales to protect us in case weather falters. For producers, we talk about watching the cash market. Okay, that's going to be the trends. What happens with basis? Okay, how do we target into that in terms of that movement of grain that is out there? And obviously, just keep a balanced approach. Have your producers talk to somebody like myself. Just get information, okay? Information is king right now in tough times. It's not time to put your head in the sand and fight through it. Look at your options and ideas, things that you need to help somehow increase the revenue stream. So with that, thank you for your time. I look forward to your questions during the panel.
Next, please welcome our livestock and meat update by Brenda Botel, Professor and Chair of Agricultural Economics at UW River Falls.
There's no mouse. Where's the mouse? Oh, is it just straight? Thanks. Yeah. There's times when the most obvious thing is I just don't try the most obvious, right? All right, thanks for having me. I'm going to talk, obviously, about the livestock market outlook and situation. The biggest things I'm going to focus on this because I have to talk a little bit about everything, some poultry, some pork, and some beef. So I am going to talk about imports and exports, as we've talked quite a bit already, and we'll get more later today. But then just kind of highlighting some of the prices that we've seen, and then what's going to be happening with production. When I'm looking at domestic demand for the first part, if you look at it for 2025, our total meat consumption in the United States was down. We were down about 0.4%. When you break it out into different proteins, though, beef was down about 1.1%, pork about 1.3%, and poultry or broilers was up about 0.9%, while turkey was down. When we look at it for our meat consumption for 2026, it's going to remain pretty stable if we consider all of the proteins, but it varies vastly depending on the different protein that you're looking at. So for beef, we're going to see less consumption in 26. Pork's going to be pretty much stable, and poultry is going to be up. Now, remember, when I'm talking about consumption, one thing I always want to remind people is that this is not as if I'm going out and collecting the data on exactly how much poundage is bought or sold. Consumption, when we look at it from economics, is we say how much is produced, how much is imported, how much is exported, there's an element of waste, and then everything else we just assume is consumed. All right? So it really is kind of a factor of where we're looking import, exports, and basically production. So let's talk about broilers for a minute. In 2025, we saw that we had our production of broilers in the United States was up about 2.1%. Just to give you an idea on these graphs, so everyone's aware, the blue line is the 2025 production, or in this case, it was basically our harvest numbers. And then the dotted blue is the 24, and the red line is the average, the previous 5-year average. All right, we had in 2025 a record large production of broilers that primarily had to do, it was continuation. Mostly a lot of it had to do with continued weight gains that we're seeing in those birds. When we look at turkey, it was down about 5.4% in 25 relative to 24. This was the smallest that we've seen in decades. For it, we will see some increase in 26 in this, but the biggest thing and the biggest issue when we're looking at turkeys has to do with just the poor margins that they've seen and the continued stress of the avian influenza. And I'm putting up here for my clock so I have some idea. All right. When we look at exports then, again, turkey is down, but a lot of that has to do with just a decline in those productions. We should see an improvement, or we should see a volume of it increasing, assuming we have some production increases in 26. And then broilers has remained pretty much stable, and for 26, we'll see some growth on it for exports. When I look at consumption in the United States, then, one of the biggest things is if you look at 25, we're saying it was 118 pounds per capita is what we had available for the U.S. consumer to be able to consume. All right? 103 of that 108 in 2025 was broilers. We've had a 7-pound per capita increase in production over 5 years for broilers. So that's a big number that's banging on the shelves. And then as we continue to increase that, that's going to continue there. All right, let's switch to hogs for a few minutes. We've got the 2025, our production of hog slaughter was down about 1.1%. We'll see a decrease again in 2026. Primarily, that's going to come, though, in the latter part of 2026. We will see an increase in production in the first quarter of 26 and about the first half of the second quarter. All right? I'll talk a little bit more on that. When we look at exports for pork, exports are hugely, well, they're important for all, but this is also a very large percentage. We export about 30% of the pork that we produce in the United States is exported. All right, and so we see that it's been down somewhat. In 2025, it's about 4.8% down, but some of our more important markets, so Japan was up, Mexico was up, whereas like Japan and Canada and South Korea were down. Just because it's down, though, doesn't mean that it's necessarily that the exports aren't strong. They're still very strong. It's just that we have smaller production. So we're still seeing strong demand for U.S. pork there. We're going to see the decline in exports still again in 2026. But again, that has to do overall with the decline in production. All right? So when we look at consumption in the United States, availability of it then for the U.S. consumer is we're going to have about, in 26, we're going to be just shy of 50 pounds per capita available for the consumption in the United States. That's staying less than 50 because of the strength of those exports. All right, so that's where we're looking at it as far as for pork. What do I think? Why do I say that we're going to go down on this? It has a lot to do with the reports that we saw at the end of December. If you look at the breeding herd in the United States right now, this is the smallest that we've had in more than a decade. Even though if you looked at there's been several years of losses, and Iowa State did a recent study where actually, bizarrely enough, in the last 20 months, they've been positive margins for farrow to finish producers. So the question becomes like, well, why are they not building? But a lot of that has to do with prior to those most recent time frame, they had several years of losses. So you have this concern by producer confidence of how long is this really going to last. Plus you play into this additional things such as age of producers, and then you look at other elements such as domestic policy that's creating it. There's just a lot of producer confidence in the hog market. Even though they've had some recent positive margins, the confidence isn't there in order to build the herd. All right, so that's why I say by the second half of the year, we're going to see pork production down. On the other hand, if we look at the beginning part of it, the actual number of animals that's on feed, it was up slightly at the end of the year, so that's why we'll see increased production in the first part of the year of 26. Let's move to cattle then. So overall for cattle, we have reduced cattle slaughter in 2025. Altogether, when I look at all cattle, it's down about 6.4%. If I break it down into different individuals, steer slaughter, so it was down about 4.2%. Heifer slaughter was down about 7.7%. Total cow slaughter, so that's dairy and beef, is down 11.7%. But if I look at just beef cow slaughter, we're down 17.4%. Why that is? Multiple reasons. One, we have a smaller herd to begin with. So if you have a smaller herd, you're going to have less animals to be able to slaughter. The second thing is, though, that we've slowed our culling rate significantly. The reason why we've slowed our culling rate so much is because, well, I want to take that heifer right now, and if she's even questionable, I'm going to move her so that she's on feed as opposed to keeping her back for heifer retention. So I want to keep my herd maybe the same size or maybe even a little bit smaller, but I'm going to slow that culling rate. That's going to have an impact as we start to grow, and we'll see the cattle numbers. I'll talk about this in a second, too. We're going to see the cattle numbers start to increase. They started to, but we're going to still keep that cull rate for cows probably low. That means it's just going to take a while still for this herd to grow. All right? What's it mean from production? We see all the slaughter is down, but on the one hand, that's on one hand. On the other hand, it's both number of animals and weight. Weights were up. So for steers, they were up about 2.6%, and for heifers, they were up about 2.7%. Combining all that together means that our beef production in 2025 was down about 4.4%. We're going to be done again in 26, but I want to talk a little bit because we talked about exports already, and just as this is the one thing for beef. 2022 was a record year for beef export value of exports for the U.S. 2026, when we're looking at our exports and the actual weight of our exports, they're going to be down about 4.2% again in 26. If you look at some things that some are going, okay, well, that's all basically the difference between 25 and 24, or from 24 to 25, is, China, because we are not exporting to China. Well, we had other markets that kind of took that up. A big chunk of it, yes, we did lose some, but the other part of it is just we just don't have as much in order to be able to export. U.S. beef is still out there, and the thing about U.S. beef is it's different than really any other beef in the world. So as we talk about this, imports, right? So 2025, we imported almost 19%, so 18.5% more beef than what we did in 2024. All right? We have a record demand for lean trim in the United States right now. And if I think about this from an overall consumption of beef in the United States, 19% of the beef that's consumed by the consumer in the United States is imported. So why are we, if our exports are down, why are we importing so much more? The reason why is that they are not the same product. We have done an amazing job, as we talked about innovation in agriculture. In the United States, we have done a great job of innovating in the beef market, right? Right now, we are at almost 12% of the product that we produce and harvest is prime. Over 80% of it is choice. So when you think about, this is a really high quality product that consumers in the United States have become to recognize, not just for the quality, but for the consistency. That is because the beef industry has done a great job of innovating with their genetics and the way in which they're feeding. So when we talk about this, there is room for us to be able to continue to innovate. We just have to have some incentivization. All right? So when we're looking at this, the other part about it is we don't want to start having less beef imports, right? Because what we're doing is we're importing product that is of the lesser valued per poundage than what we're exporting. So we're exporting this grain-fed beef that we can get a greater value for and importing that which we're having a lesser value. So overall, in this case, we really want to be the net importer for beef. Now, as consumption, as we talk about this, right, as I say, the biggest things we're talking about is the consumers recognizing the quality. They recognize the taste. They understand the nutrition for it. Consumption is going to be down in 26, so we're going to be down almost 3.1 pounds. But that's not because of the demand, that's because of the production. What we've done in the beef industry, or what the beef industry has done, is they have done a really good job of creating demand that isn't just demand because it's a low-priced product, but they've created that demand because of the consistency and the taste. So that doesn't just go away because prices are high. We've seen record high retail prices on this. The thing is, though, we are getting to a point where how much can you go? And that's where we look at the stabilization period for it. We're at this point when you look at what does beef cost on a retail pound basis relative to how much you have to work for it. We're there, but it doesn't mean that it's going to go down. And we've seen a lot of this. I mean, think about how much you've seen in the news in just the last quarter on what are beef prices. We've had President Trump who says, I'm going to lower the beef prices. I'm going to do all of this, right? But what we have is it's staying stable because people like it. and it's there. Now, what that leads to is that stabilization. Because it's in the news so much more, it doesn't mean that it really can go up too much more, but it doesn't mean it's going to have to come down. All right, when I look at a retail price comparison from 2015 to 2025, just as an idea, beef has increased over that time period of the 10 years for 46%, whereas pork's increased 28% and broilers have increased 25%. If I was looking at the average retail price of beef from 2024 to 2025, it's increased 80 cents. That's almost a little over 10% of an increase in 1 year. All right, but we've stayed. Now, this is a graph from USMEF, but why I point this out is that I want you to see this is in a 4-year period. Choice retail beef price went up about 29% during this time frame. Then you have all your import exports. You've got your wholesale beef. But the bigger thing to take note of then is look at the live steer price. That's increased 82%. So where we go into this is when we're looking at our cattle inventory. Right? We're going to see cattle inventory in the report next week come down about 0.5%. So we're going to have low culling rates. We're going to have this. Where we get a concern is if we have some weather issues. Right? So all of this means that we're going to continue to have low production, and from the beef side, we're going to have tight supplies. So again, looking at this beef, I'm getting here, so I'm going to go through these a little bit quicker. The beef production is going to be down about 3.4%. This is the graph I want to get to, though, is where I'm looking at when we have an industry such as this, when we have short supply, when I think about it as market power or margins, those that are furthest away from the end consumer typically have the highest margins. We've seen this pendulum switching already to cow-calf producers. If I look at it, this is aggregate, this is not just Wisconsin. In 2024, the average cow-calf producer made $439 per cow profit. In 2025, if I look at my numbers, they made $900. That's the increase because of the shortness of the supply that we have there. Feedlots have changed some, packers are negative. Now, packers have made some changes. They've cut some of their one plant closed. They've cut some hours on others, so this is going to improve it from the short term. But right now, your cow-calf producer is the one who's really holding a lot of this market power because they're the ones who are going to dictate whether or not we're growing and whether or not we're going to have more animals. So where we're at right now, this is just kind of my idea for when we're looking at it for as far as for the overall industry, where our prices are going to go up or down. When I'm looking at it for beef, sorry, I just went through that one really fast. Overall, we're going to see increased beef prices again. So there should be profit. This is where I get to be the sunshine in the room. There is profitability right now in the beef industry. As I've been telling producers, just because there's profitability doesn't mean that you should forgo looking at any risk management issues or not paying attention to your other management issues because you want to make as much as possible, right? So there's profitability options for it in this industry for 2026, and that should continue. The bigger things that we have to think about from the markets is screwworm, Mexican cattle imports. I didn't even get to talk about that. Really, packing capacity, utilization, and recession. So those are all things that are the market's really paying attention to. I'll take questions then when we get to that. Thank you.
Next up, let's welcome Leonard Polzine, the Dairy Markets and Policy Outreach Specialist from UW Extension.
Is it this guy? Yep. Oh, perfect. Well, thank you very much. I think as we kind of take a look at dairy, we're going to start and just break this down to where some of the bulls in the marketplace are and where some of the bears are. Some of the bulls, we would think, we would hope, we'll find out in a second, is the new processing capacity that is kind of taking place in the dairy industry. The way that that becomes a bull is if that creates a big enough milk draw or milk demand without that supply response happening, right? If we get a lag between those two things, we would expect prices to increase. We'll see in a second whether that's happening or not. Another bull factor, at least that I think a lot of you in this room have heard about at least, is the beef market and what that means for that dairy producer. So we'll dive into that as well. The two other bull factors that I think we can put on here on the top are exports. And we'll see in a second whether those have been bull factors or if they've been baseline price supportive factors, right? And the other thing is we have kind of seen this small conglomeration of, I'll say, minor policy changes that I wouldn't necessarily call bulls, but I think they are at least industry supportive, right? So think Whole Milk for Healthy Kids Act. Are we going to see a big effect in producer pay price from that? In the short run, probably not. In the long run, could we see some different choices for fluid milk product by some of these individuals that becomes, more accustomed to their palate? Possibility, right? So the other, small changes, things like dairy margin coverage. I think we've seen some things there in that tweak that can potentially be supportive. I wouldn't call it a bull market factor, but at least, be supportive on that dairy industry side. I think some of the other wild cards are things that we're seeing a lot of price pressure from right now. Policy is always a wild card. The tariffs haven't had, they've had some effect. We've seen some front running from them. So like as you kind of take a look at graphs now, we have these big peaks and valleys for certain exports of products. Labor is obviously an issue. And then a lot of it is the unknowns, right? I think there's just inherent volatility that comes through in market pricing from policy uncertainty, much like we talked about earlier in the day here. The other is that right now we are getting more supply domestically and internationally. I think that might kind of point to this answer that we got to at the beginning of, is this new processing a bullish or bearish factor? But we are seeing more product there. The other thing is I've kind of termed this the phantom supply response. We're getting more components, we're getting more solids in our milk production, and we'll kind of see what that means here for the industry as a whole and what that supply side effect has been. And the other portion of this is that we're getting a lot of mixed market signals. The producer is being told kind of contrary things simultaneously, which make it kind of hard to make some of these decisions, especially as we look at it from more of a long-term context. So we're going to dive into that as well. I think a good place to start here is on this investment capacity investment. So right now, according to IDFA, we're about $11 billion in new processing capacity that's been announced. And with this, the announcement's kind of hard because we don't have exact details of everything. We don't know, what all the capital expenditure is. We don't know what all of the fluid milk intake is. What we do know is that there are a handful of projects that kind of are dominating that $11 billion investment. And we don't know how much processing capacity is going to be sunset or diverted from old plants to new plants. We don't know how much of this is complete new build-out versus expansion versus efficiency, right? But the argument I make is that it's $11 billion. That's a big number, right? So no matter what, it is more. So, if we're looking for that direction arrow, that goes up. So if we're taking a look at what that looks like, let's just zoom out for the last 20 to 50 years. If we go on an annual basis, we see about between $1 and $2 billion of investment in the dairy processing space, and which kind of equals to about a 0.08 to about a 1% increase in product output from that investment. Right now, from 2024 to 2028, which I realize is 4 years, but really I think you can almost think about it like 3 years, because a lot of this announcements happened at the end of 2024 and is expected to come online or be in place towards that beginning of 2028. So that means that we're looking at anywhere from high 2s to high $3 billion investment in a year. So we're taking what normally took a very long time period and putting it in a 3-year space, right? And my argument for that is that I think we could be looking at a structural change in the dairy industry from that supply side. And if we do, that means that we're not shifting along our supply curve when we think about our normal factors of supply, right? We're shifting that supply curve out. And if we're doing that, that means we need to find fundamentally new price ranges, not only in milk price, but in product prices as well. So I think right now that's what the market is trying to figure out, is if this is a shift in supply and that curve is moving out, where is it? And then also, where are we along that curve? So I think that's kind of that big question right now that everybody is trying to figure out. This is a map that I put estimated $11 billion in investment. This map has about $9 billion, $9 billion of that. After that point in time, honestly, it was a big enough number that I didn't need to really count anymore because, like I said, that arrow goes up. But if we kind of just make like a weighted map of this, it kind of makes a T across the U.S. So these are those main bigger projects that are happening across the country that kind of stand out as far as capacity and investment dollars go. And we can kind of see as well that when we take a look at change in cow numbers from our most recent report, we get that T effect as well. So the big question here is, where is this milk supply coming from? How is this happening? How are we feeding this? So it seems like maybe we are shifting some numbers from cow numbers from certain regions to other regions, right? But I would almost go back to the structural question of if this is the case, and if that production capacity is happening in that manner that we think it is, that means that all future growth now is kind of structurally predicated on processing capacity and your geography to it, right? Which I think is kind of a greater question that we need to be asking as we go forward. So key takeaways from this, we don't really know where we're at and how much of this has come online. It could be 40%, it could be 70% that's already there. But that range corresponds to 5 to 15% of our U.S. milk supply. And so far, we've been meeting this demand about 70% through herd growth and 30% through productivity. When we talk about productivity, this is that phantom supply I was talking about. As of November, our change in milk production was up about 2.26%. When we take a look at our solids production, which is really arguably the part that matters, we're up at about 4%. This is calculated solids, just taking the averages. So what that means is that we're getting more and more in every single pound of milk, and it means that we need fewer and fewer cows in order to produce that. So, and this is where those calculations and solids come from. Every single year, we're just getting higher and higher and better in our solids production. The good news here is that pretty soon we won't need processing. We'll just have yogurt right from the cow. So you have that to look forward to. The other portion of this on that supply side is right now we have about a 4% increase in global supply of milk. That's a substantially large amount, historically significant. So not only do we have a greater supply of milk here, there's a greater supply of milk outside of our borders as well. The surprising part to this is that we have still been exporting product. How have we been doing that? Low prices, right? So cheese, we've been moving a lot of product. Butter, we're moving a lot of product. And our high proteins are moving as well. But when we take a look at our discounts, butter has been discounted 60, 70% compared to the world market. Cheese is 30, 40% discount to the world market. So it's hard to say that these export markets are being price supportive, right? Or adding premium to our price. We've just been clearing product, right? So if that's the case, that means that we're very dependent from a volatility standpoint on that space to create that floor. I wanted to take just a quick minute here and let's talk about the beef market contribution to milk revenues. You hear a lot of context, framing, headlines about what this impact is of the beef market on dairy farms right now. So this is, this impact is just modeled impact, and I think there's going to be quite a bit of variety in individual farms on what their actual contribution is. But what I did is I converted this into dollars per hundredweight of milk. We're not talking hundredweights of beef. So I want everything in dollars per hundredweight of milk for that farm, right? We can see that from the beef market, and this is, I would argue, maybe a conservative a bit of a model, about $3.35 per hundredweight, right? Let's put that in greater context. In premium, so from base price plus a premium, right? Over time, we've seen that premium decrease many times, about $3-ish per hundredweight, right? So it seems like on that producer level, what we have been losing in the milk premium, we're making up in that beef premium, right? When we kind of do the math and we take dairy margin coverage numbers, just to kind of frame this, right? We see, okay, here's where our dairy margin coverage number is for income over feed cost. Then what does it look like with that additional beef revenue? So, you know, by and large, this is above that yellow line of that $9.50 level that we use for that reference price of margin for dairy margin coverage. But I would like all of us just to do some math quickly together here. This 2026 number, the assumption there is that we're going to have an all milk price of $19 and we're going to have a feed price or a feed cost of $10 per hundredweight. So let's take 19 minus 10, we're left with 9. We're all together here. All right, so far all we've done for that cow is we have fed her. So we need to milk her yet. Good baseline number for that, good goal target, $3 a hundredweight. So we have 9 minus 3 is 6. Now we need to pay the bank, so we need principal and interest. Let's go, we can go $2 to $3 on that, so we're at what, 4-ish, right? So all we've done is feed her, we've milked her, we've paid the bank. If we're going to put utilities in there, and we're at, you know, what were we at, 4-ish, right? Let's take another buck off, we're at 3. We have not done any investment, we've not done any changes, we haven't bred her yet, we haven't paid for all of our other inputs, we haven't done anything, and we're left with, call it 3, right? So what does that mean for margin? It means it's pretty tough. So I don't think even with this beef revenue that it's really going to make up that difference, right, that if we had better milk prices we would see. Is it adding to the bottom line? Certainly. Would not argue that fact. Is it going to pay bills? Yes. Is it going to be the saving grace in that, hey, low milk prices don't matter? I think that's a stretch, right? So as we kind of look forward here, what does the income over feed cost look like? I think we're going to be very close to that DMC break-even number, right? One thing I think that's going to be very different this year and going forward is producers' inherent volatility in their price. I think we're going to see an increased variation in basis from literally one side of the fence to the other, and whether that's from your which processor you send to, where their product goes. Is their product clearing domestically? Is it clearing internationally? What % of their portfolio is exported, right? And also, as we get these new investments coming online, a lot of them are going to be quite specialized in product, right? So instead of having a large number of products in a product mix, we're getting increasingly commodified in our production schemes, and that's where our efficiency is coming from. If that's the case, you also could be consolidating volatility. So I think as you kind of take a look at producer pay prices, I think that's going to be one of the things that I would really think about and encourage people to look at is, hey, you know, where is my milk check being calculated from? Which portions of the market are feeding into this? Because I think that's going to matter a lot. For example, for cheese, if you're domestic, but your processor isn't capturing, let's say, the high-value whey, high-protein whey right now, which is kind of holding up that entire complex. If you're not capturing that, then the ability for your processor to increase pay based on that gets increasingly challenging, right? So I think there's just this very big mix of things that are happening right now that are all feeding into that. So I took the liberty of pricing out or mapping out how milk is priced for you here. And as we kind of take a look at what maybe some of those factors are that I would be looking at for that coming year, our production, I would really watch that. What is our butter production? What's our cheese production look like? Because as those are increasing, as this investment comes online, that's really going to feed into inventories. We have been very lucky that our inventories have been clearing. We've been more or less nicely in a range, but a lot of that's from exports. And we're clearing exports because we're cheap. So there's that. But I'd be watching some of our inventory numbers and some of our sale numbers. Our high protein whey has really been doing well. So, we want to at least put that on there. But, I think as some of our producers are getting their milk checks here in the next, month or so, I think we could start to see some of this pressure on farm level profitability. So kind of looking forward here, I would say that we have, let's call it an $18 per hundredweight milk price. The second half of the year, I think, is going to be really dictated by how processing capacity comes online, how, where, and how much, right? And then also what exports are. I think we've likely booked exports in that first quarter of 2026 simply because our price was so low. But if everybody booked exports, then they're good, right? And then also, if that's the case, we inherently are going to see more volatility in prices too, because as fewer things are booked, and as we're kind of in this low price region, there isn't a lot of incentives for buyers to take any sort of risk mitigation strategies, right? So what does that mean? It means that we can just kind of inherently see more price volatility as well. So I think that second half of the year we need a lot more information on in order to say whether it's going to be, terrific, supportive, or not. And right now, like I said before, a lot of these mixed market signals. The beef market is saying, hey, maybe we want to have some retention in animals, maybe we want to make those animals. I think there's a lot more math that has to go into that to say definitively. But they're kind of getting this mixed this mixed message. Historically, when we saw expansion on the farm level for milk production, it was followed by a period of noticeably good margin. Right now, it's happening because we have processing capacity, because guys wanted to grow, and if they didn't say yes now, they might not have had a chance to say yes in the future. So that makes that decision for them, quite a bit easier if growth was even in their consideration set going forward for their business. So with that, we do have, feel free to check out our website here with more information, articles on many of these topics.
We'll invite our speakers back up for Q&A, and we'll now open the floor for any questions. Feel free to give us a hand raise for a mic.
I have a question for Mr. Heimberg. Based on your retail discussions with your growers that you advise, where do you think the farmer is sold on corn? Old crop, percentage sold on old crop corn and beans?
My biggest concern is that we're still behind. I would say we're probably in that 30 to 40% window, just from talking to guys. It was actually very alarming to me after the USDA report how many guys said, I got corn sitting around, what do we do? And so I wasn't hearing that prior to the report, because I think the numbers are still out there. And that's going to be a wet blanket over the market. I do think that's some of the weakness we've seen this week as we got back to 430 on Friday and on March corn. Guys need some cash flow right now, so they're pulling the trigger, getting bins cord, just getting things moving so they can get some cash flow in.
Question for John. On the corn, global demand, where is that going, and what is the projection on that? Is that going to continue? And then the second question, I guess, is on soybeans. If we dominated every market outside of China, and just say China went to South America, does that make up the difference on export demand for soybeans?
Let me touch the soybean part of it first, and I'll get to the corn side. No, okay? But that 12 million metric tons that we did get from the Chinese purchases helped immensely, okay? The USDA was already forecasting a reduced Chinese impact into the total, and that total has now kind of been met with what the USDA was forecasting for the Chinese purchases for the year. Again, it still comes down to the global supplies, and we need that extra purchases from those traditional buyers of U.S. beans that haven't stepped into the marketplace. Again, the market is dictating, the cheaper beans are coming here sooner. A lot of waiting out right now for that Brazil harvest to kick in. There are some issues going on in Brazil at this time frame that are just a little bit different because of the strong crush capacity that we are seeing globally. All right, Brazil is going to crush a record amount of beans this year. Argentina is going to crush record amounts of beans for bean oil this year as well. The independent crushers have been buying up early harvest numbers out of Brazil, which has limited some beans getting to the ports. I think that's a little bit of the strength we've been seeing in the market here, plus just the shipping of the beans that China has purchased from us. But again, there's going to be a point, though, where that supply is going to outweigh the marketplace, in my mind. Now, on the corn side, Mexico has obviously been the strongest buyer of U.S. corn. Some of the reasons is the fact that the cattle industry has not come across the border. They need that grain to feed those cattle down there. So when you see export inspections numbers and those totals, that doesn't include rail shipment. That includes only boats. So we don't, that number has been very good. I believe you were with the rail industry, correct? So, if talking to elevators, I know rail rates have gone up in some regard too. Some of it is just the fact that corn needs to be moving by rail to those destinations, as well as getting corn to the East Coast. They've dealt with some weather conditions, so there's poultry operations and things of that nature that need corn as well. So the rail industry is very key in that. Does that demand continue? My concern was, like everybody in the marketplace, including myself, I did not see that report coming in terms of those numbers. I think the industry was built up for a fact that, hey, this corn crop's going to get smaller. U.S. corn's already driving the world export market. So with that, my fear is there's a lot of front loading going into that report in terms of export purchases. Does that sustain itself? It probably starts slowing down as we get into the second half of the year, especially with right now Brazil looking at a record corn crop. Argentina, even though conditions have gotten a little tougher, is still looking at a record corn crop. Those crops coming here as we get into the May, June, July, August harvest window.
Hi, I'm Bob Wills at Cedar Grove Cheese. So my question is about whether the beef on dairy thing is going to change the responsiveness of the market. And basically, if I've got a cow and I'm milking it and I know I'm going to have that revenue from beef down the road, I still have the decision, do I want to milk it 1 lactation, 2 lactations, 3 lactations, whatever. So at the point where you decide that you're losing money on milk, do you give up the second lactation? Do you give up the second calf and cash in on the beef quicker? And is that going to result in a faster decrease in the milk supply, especially in light of the capacity for production that's coming in? And is it going to lower the beef prices quicker?
That's a good question for you, Brenda. So I'm going to do a bad job answering it, so if you want to keep the microphone, we'll make sure we're on track. So if I understand correctly, is this high beef price going to increase the supply of milk? Is that the easy takeaway?
No, will it decrease it because there'll be a tendency to convert your cattle to beef quicker and give up the next lactation? We can have less milk, more beef than what we would normally anticipate because of the beef on dairy.
So I would say a lot of that is going to be driven by the structural response, the structure that you're in. Because if your processor says they need more milk and they need milk up to X amount, right? By golly, they're going to supply that, right? So I think it's the excess. It's the portion above that that's really going to change it, or like where that incentive is going to be. I would almost argue that I think it's more plausible that we'll get the opposite, that we'll get cows probably maybe sticking around a bit longer because they can push out that next calf, right? So where maybe you'd cull her now, but, you know, we can get her bred back, we'll dry her off quick, throw her in the dry cow pen, we'll get a calf, milk her off the first 60, 90 days, and then we'll ship her, and then we'll get the calf plus the cow, right? I think we might be seeing more of that than people culling sooner. And part of the reason for that is I think there doesn't seem to be any apparent downside risk in the beef market during that time interval. So I don't know if that answers your question, but that seems to be some of the logic that's thrown out there.
I'll approach that then too from the beef price. So if you just look at it from the beef price, if you just say, okay, every dairy cow in the United States and takes every one of their calves and they go into the beef market rather than any replacement heifers, anything like that, recognize that that's still only at a maximum 25% of the animals, which we know that's not going to happen, right? So you're going to have heifers, you're going to have all of this. So we're already there. So even if you're increasing this beef and you're changing the structure on the dairy industry, you're going to be, you know, maybe you can add a little bit of from those animals, but it's going to really only decrease that beef price, that fresh retail beef price, by maybe a few cents on the dollar if you do that, but then look at the impact that it would have on the dairy. So, I mean, we're not going to get there. That's like the extreme. We're just not going to see dairies, even though that's one of the things that's being heralded right now, especially on some of the Western news, that, okay, we can suddenly increase all of this beef. It's just, that's, yes, those numbers are coming if you take every single one of those animals and put them towards beef. That's not, I don't see that happening. I don't see that happening.
And I think on some of this cow's questions, it's kind of the chicken or the egg, right? If you're a producer and times are tight, and you know you can pay a bill by selling a terminally bred calf, right? Or you can pay a bill by selling a cull cow. I mean, she better be open and not being bred back if, you know, if that math, if the cost of holding her is, you know, the same or equal or, you know, better to raise that calf. I think that's really the math that guys are doing right now is, you know, do I have capacity for her? Can I hold her? Is it cheaper to hold her and get that calf and then, you know, milk off and cull, or to cull now? So I think that's the math I think most guys are doing. I don't know if that answers your question again, but.
Okay. Dr. Botel, since last May, roughly 80,000 to 100,000 feeder cattle from Mexico have not entered the United States. Does Mexico have the feedlot capacity or the slaughter capacity to deal with that bulge of domestic animals heading towards slaughter weights? And might that meat, some of that meat, show up as box beef coming into the U.S.?
You're right. You're like, we on an annual basis, so you're like, since last May, on an annual basis, it's about 1.2 million. So say it doesn't open, right? All those animals, you have the ones from last May. Right now, Mexico is somewhat increasing some of that, but that is going to be a concern on what is the slaughter capacity of whether or not they can harvest all of those animals. The next then too is like, well, you can maybe keep them for a while on the weights and some of that. So there's going to be some flux on there. And then where does that come from beef? Like, what do we import it? Right now, you know, when we look at from the imports of beef, you know, we're getting most of our beef from Brazil, from Australia. That's what we're getting our beef in from. Where we're getting, there is, just say as we continue to decline in our production, right? And if that demand stays there, we need that lean capacity. Is it going to be the increase? Because Brazilian and they're both those countries are increasing their production. So they're increasing while we're decreasing. The percentage that they, like Australia exports relative to their production is so high that there's probably not that much more growth potential. I mean, there's some, but in relative terms, it's going to more be coming from Brazil. but like you said, or is it going to come from Mexico? That's a question I can't really answer exactly what the capacity is for Mexico on their packing. Thank you.
Thank you, John, Leonard, and Brenda. We're now going to take a 1-hour lunch break. Staff will be around shortly to dismiss tables, and I've also been informed that there are milks in the back. Please enjoy your lunch, and we'll see you back here in 1 hour.
How's that, Bob? And can we do one you? I just joke.
All right. We're going to gently do this. All right, how about a bathroom break? Grab a beverage of your choice for the afternoon. We're going to commence with our legislative and policy updates here in less than 5 minutes. So let's wrap up the conversation, take care of the bathroom breaks, and have a seat. Thank you. All righty, folks, let's have a seat now, and let's quiet the table conversation. My name is Pam Yonke. They call me the Fabulous Farm Babe. I am the Farm Director of the Midwest Farm Report Network. Glad to be along with you again this year. I will be moderating the panels this afternoon, primarily to keep us on track, on time, and make sure that if your questions are appropriate, that they are addressed by the panel. So get them ready. We've got a couple different panels coming up this afternoon, and I want to make sure that you are leaving with all kinds of thoughts, ideas, and new inputs on the direction for your business, your enterprise, what have you, This is kind of one of the most pivotal conversation conferences we'll have in a calendar year. Now, I'm not going to be the enforcer if you want to get up, grab something to drink or something like that, but the table conversations will stop or go out in the hall as of right now. All right, up on the podium with me today will be two of the folks that work diligently day in, day out with regard to policy and legislative measures that ultimately dictate a lot of Wisconsin agriculture, whether they like it or not. Remember, that's the other thing is they are servants of the general public. I'm glad to welcome at the table with us this morning, this afternoon now. Of course, you recognize Senator Howard Markline from the 17th Senate District, Wisconsin Legislature. He'll be going first because they still have an incredible amount of work they're trying to punch through at the state capitol. And also, of course, the familiar and friendly face of our man, Randy Romansky, Secretary of the Wisconsin Department of Ag, Trade, and Consumer Protection, who will also bring us an update. Howard, I'm going to yield to you. They've decided that they're going to be kumbaya and sit next to each other here at the front. We'll let you go, Howard. Give us some of your priorities, the items that you're still trying to address down at the state capitol, and overall how you feel about 2026 so far.
Chatting with a few people. I think I've attended every one of these for probably the last 14 plus years, maybe 15 years. So I enjoy this forum. Some great information. Sometimes as people in the agriculture area, you know, we're in the weeds a lot of times, and it's great to have experts elevate us a little bit and talk about the dynamics that are going on in the marketplace. And so I certainly appreciate that. I always come away with some great information at every one of these. So prior to, I co-chair the Joint Finance Committee, the Budget Writing Committee, and prior to that, I served as the chair of the Senate Ag Committee. I still serve on the Senate Ag Committee. And I guess I wanted to talk just briefly about my qualifications for serving on the Senate Agriculture Committee. I was raised on a farm. I know how to dehorn cattle. I know how to castrate. Started driving tractor at 5 years old. And so my roots are very, very deep in agriculture. And one of the reasons I bring that up is because we're losing people in the legislature that don't have that farm background. And that's not good for agriculture. You know, it just, it's not that people aren't smart, but, you know, we're losing some of those people that are just have been ingrained in agriculture. So anyway, that's one of the challenges. There's fewer and fewer of us that have that direct knowledge of what goes on in the farm. So I want to talk a little bit about the budget that we passed last year. It was a bipartisan budget. Again, I co-chair Joint Finance Committee. Really, in terms of legislative priorities, they tell me I have to get one bill passed, the budget. And for a period of probably 2 or 3 months, it's pretty much all-consuming in terms of my time. And this budget process was incredibly bipartisan. We worked, I spent untold hours working with the governor's office on putting this budget together. And I think it was a good budget for agriculture. We extended the agricultural road improvement program, which was something that the farm community had asked for a few years ago. It's a bill that I authored in the past, and so we're able to fund that. And also, you know, we did a little bit of a carve out there so that 20%, $30 million of that money now goes for fixing some of these bridges, these small bridges that are in disrepair. So that was something that was unique to ARIP, and again, it's a good program. Wherever I go, I hear a lot of positive comments regarding that. Also, we did a lot, again, for conservation programs. The producer-led watershed program, $2 million. Nitrogen optimization grant program, $2 million. Cover crop and insurance program, $1.6 million. And the thing that I like about like the producer-led watershed and nitrogen optimization, some of those, is that they're farmer-led. And it's not the strong hand of Madison coming down and telling some farmer how to farm on their particular farm and their soil types and all that. So I think, most farms are, they want to do the right thing. And if we give them the right tools, they end up doing the right thing. We also provided money for expansion of both the meat industry as well as the dairy industry. $1 million for meat and $800,000 for dairy. So again, these are the processing plants. So I heard earlier, it's one thing to raise the animals, but we got to have the processing capacity also to make sure that they can get that meat or dairy products to market. Somewhat related to agriculture, the CDL, we put some money into a CDL grant program. It's getting harder and harder to find people that can operate our trucks. And obviously, an awful lot of our goods going into the farm, coming off the farm, now require a CDL. So as far as bills that we're working on now that hopefully we'll get some or all of these done here over the next few months. The Agricultural Road Improvement Program is a bill that I've authored. And what we want to do there, right now, to qualify for the ARIP, that road has to be posted. And what ends up happening, has happened, is a town board may post a town road purely for purposes of qualifying for the ARIP program. And then if they don't qualify, they end up with a posted road. So what the bill that I've drafted would do is provide them with an alternative to qualify for ARIP. And hopefully, that gets around this situation where they have to post it. That's passed the Senate, and I think the Assembly will be taking that up very shortly. I was chatting with somebody earlier. I authored a bill for soybean fire suppression soy foam. And so, again, that was basically designed here in Wisconsin and developed here in Wisconsin. Great, it's just a good news story, I think. It's great for our soybean farmers to provide them with one more outlet for their crop. And then also it's good for our fire departments and obviously is good for the environment. It's a way for them to replace their firefighting stuff with that formerly that used PFAS. So, and then one thing that I heard a lot about over the last 5-6 months, and that has to do with livestock fees. And tee up here for that. So, obviously when those proposed fee increases were publicized, I went to, I'd be out going to county fairs and all kinds of places like that, and man, I heard from a lot of people, concerns about that. So anyway, we've got a bill out there that basically would restore or reset the fees back to the where they were. So I think that's still in committee. The veterinary loan repayment program, we have a challenge in our rural areas finding veterinarians that are willing to practice in our rural areas. And so this is it's a debt relief program. They help them with their schooling costs, but they have to work in a rural area, and they have to spend a certain percentage of their time working on large animals. Now they can still work on your cats and your dogs, so we know that's where the money is, and I'm not blind. They need to make money, obviously, but we need those veterinarians in our rural areas for those large animal situations. So, and then another bill that I've authored is the butter bill. And I testified in that in committee this morning. And what happened there was I went to a Farm Bureau meeting back in, I think it was August or September, and these dairy farmers were there, and they brought the packets of margarine that their school district lunch program was serving, and it just boy, I tell you, but not a whole lot of common sense, I guess, when it comes to that. Again, in a rural area, geez, don't be stupid here. But anyway. So
common sense isn't so common anymore, Howard.
And so anyway, and like with like in a prison, you can't serve margarine, but you can serve it in a school. So anyway, we got a bill out there that would require that butter be served in our schools. So anyway, we had another hearing in that this morning. So anyway.
Who said no? Who said no?
Who said no?
Who spoke against it?
Nobody.
Okay.
Nobody.
Because you hit the news cycle perfect, Howard. I've had so many people emailing me, and who can we talk to about this? Going back to Oleo and crossing the borders, running for the borders for Oleo. So you hit a great news cycle with this one.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's just, to me, it's like Pam said, it's just common sense, So, and then there's a couple other bills out there that we have dealt with, never passed in the past, and that has to do with lab-grown milk and lab-grown meat, prohibiting them to be sold as milk or sold as meat. And again, to me, it's just common sense. The milk that I just had doesn't come from a lab. It comes from that cow. So anyway, I think with that, we're going to be wrapping up here probably in a few months. A lot of committees, a lot of stuff going on. I got to head back this afternoon. But appreciate this event very, very much, and good to be here.
Excellent. Good deal. Thanks, Howard. Appreciate it. He's going to stick around for just a little bit. We're going to segue to Randy Romansky, and you can start wherever you want. You have good news, you have bad news, and we will expect you to address the forthcoming announcement on your livestock pricing.
You got it. Yeah. So first of all, thanks for having me here. Thanks for being here. Like Senator Markline, I attend this event frequently. In some respects, it's kind of like a family reunion because you see all the people that you're hoping to run into. So it's nice from that perspective. We learned a lot. I mean, the morning portion was heavy on some heavy topics. Trade obviously is going to be kind of a theme throughout the afternoon, and I'm going to spend some time talking about that. I will also say, Pam's right. I mean, we can sit here and I'm not going to sing Kumbaya. Are you going to sing Kumbaya?
You wouldn't want me to.
Okay, but we're gonna get along. And my reason for saying that is there's a whole lot of agreement in the world when you're looking for it. And there's, we agree on more things than we disagree on, especially when it comes to agriculture and especially in Wisconsin. So I appreciate Senator Markline starting off by talking about the ways that he and the legislature have worked pretty directly with the governor to implement some programs that are really good for agriculture. And so he mentioned the ARIP program, conservation program, which are we're getting inquiries from other states about the unique things that we're doing with our conservation programs here. That's pretty cool. The meat and dairy processing investments and general investments in agriculture, those are all good bipartisan things that the governor and the legislature have agreed on. And I say that a lot. Pam can attest to this. I usually say it every time because y'all should expect that we get along and get things done. So that's a good place to start. I am going to pivot to a couple of other things that have also been included in several of the governor's budgets and that the legislature has agreed on. And one of them relates to the common theme of today, and that's trade. Somebody, I think it was Senator Kieski, said it this morning. You're not going to get through my presentation without me saying it, but agriculture is a $116 billion industry in Wisconsin, and right now, about 1 in 10 people working in the state of Wisconsin is working in a job related to agriculture. Pretty darn important to our state's economy. Obviously, the calling card of Wisconsin is a dairy. It's America's Dairyland, right on our license plate. But let's be honest, I mean, the diversity of agriculture is our strength. And you'll see and hear from people today that talk about that. Here's what I wanted to share with you because exports were such a strong component this morning. Wisconsin is a top exporter. Sarah, is Sarah still here? She asked the question about commodity versus specialty. Where's the movement in the export markets? I don't know if she's here, but I'll just say, value added is a place that Wisconsin shines. You know, it's both quantity and quality that is the calling card that the rest of the world is looking for. And so we are a top exporter of specialty cheese, cranberries, ginseng, genetics, prepared meats, and mink pelts. That's top exporter. There's a whole lot of other things that we're involved with too, and there's a whole lot of places in the world that those things are going right now. I promised my colleagues on the panel this afternoon that I would have a little bit of good news to share, and Pam's smiling too, so I caught her this morning too. So it's quality, it's availability, it's reliability of Wisconsin products that strengthen our economy both domestically and internationally. There's growing interest in these products that I just talked about around the world as economies grow. There's interest in products, and Wisconsin businesses and farmers can deliver. Here's a couple things to remember. Markets are important, and I'm going to say markets both domestically and internationally. Trade relationships are important, and we heard a lot about the uncertainties this morning, and I'm going to touch upon that, but I'm also going to give you some things that we can kind of hang our hat on. So I'm going to call this some good news and some not as good news, because I'm a Sunnyside person. Who said that earlier? Somebody said that they were a Sunnyside. Brenda said she was a Sunnyside person. So first of all, the good news is that Wisconsin is ranked 11th in the U.S. for ag, food, and forestry exports. That's up to 11th for ag, food, and forestry exports. Good news. Over the last 4 years, those have been the highest 4 years of ag, food, and forestry exports on record for Wisconsin. Good news. We got a lot to offer. And while the Q4 data is kind of coming in, we can say that Q3 through Q3 of this year was the third highest Q3 that we've had in Wisconsin. So, I mean, again, there's some good news there. I talked about diversity in product. Diversity in markets is important too. There's obviously the big three or big five that we talked about earlier: Canada, China, Mexico, Japan, and Korea. Those have been consistently top five for a while. But we have Wisconsin products going a lot of different places. So right now, Wisconsin products are in about 150 of 195 countries. So think about that for diversity in marketplace. That's a pretty important thing to remember. So it's good to have that diversified market, and it's good to have the diversified product, and continuing to find new international markets is also important even during these challenging times. So here's where, it maybe skews to the not as good. And the word this morning was uncertainty. I would say we need certainty in marketplaces for Wisconsin products. Between disruptions, uncertainty in trade negotiations, tariffs, retaliatory tariffs, there have been impacts to Wisconsin and other trade markets. In fact, two of the top three Wisconsin markets, and I mentioned it before, but Canada and China are down considerably for Wisconsin products through Q3 of this year. And I think we saw a little bit of that a little bit earlier. And even though we've moved up to 11th in the United States for ag, food, and forestry exports, our exports through Q3 are actually down 2.5%. And that means that there are other places that are down as well, including the United States is down through Q3 of this year. So there's the not as good news. I'm going to flip back to the what is good news then, Randy. Dairy continues to be a strong contributor in the international marketplace. That's good for America's dairyland, right? And that is the case for Wisconsin and Wisconsin products. Other risers for us right now: sauces and yeasts, prepared vegetables, and dried distillers grains have all been movers in a positive direction for the state. Good things. So with this diverse, quality, available product that we have, relationships are really important. The relationships that we've built over time to see those last 4 years grow are important now to continue to grow that market. But with all these disturbances, it's important that we stay in touch, that we are focused on this. And so this is where my father's words are ringing in my ear. Randy, what can we do? What can we do when some of these things are beyond our control, when the federal trade policies are made at the federal level and they're in the international marketplace? What can we do here in Wisconsin? And this is where I'm going to go back to something that Governor Evers has made a priority, the legislature's agreed with, and that's providing state funding from Wisconsin to promote international trade. And it's at this point that I'm going to have them wave their hands. Julie Lassa from our Division of Ag Development, Ira Friedman with our International Agribusiness team. If you don't know them and you're interested in finding that market, finding that product, please find them today. So with some funding for something called the Wisconsin Initiative for Ag Exports, which came from the governor's budget that Senator Markline supported, we work with our international team, with farmers, with businesses, with the Wisconsin Economic Development Corporation to build those relationships, to find that right product, to find that right market, to understand the dynamics of the international marketplace and provide some additional training. Those are all important steps to take. And as we continue to follow these challenging headwinds, continuing that relationship is important. That's why our team is here today, and that's why they are here every day trying to work with people to find that place. So what I would say on that, before I pivot to something else, okay, I think we're pretty good. Wisconsin products are the best, and they will continue to shine in an international marketplace if they're given a fair market and even opportunity and free trade possibilities. We'll continue to see those numbers grow, and that's my hope. Again, some of those things are beyond our control. I wanted to give another example of where I use the term DATCAP as a resource. DATCAP as a resource. I promise to say it 5 times in my 10 minutes here, so I owe you 2 more. But there's a lot of stress in farming, even in good years. And obviously there's a lot of stress right now, and the Farm Center provides free and confidential services. It's everything from mediation to farm transitions to a lot of farmer wellness programs. Free and confidential services. If you know somebody who's experiencing stress or anxiety, please encourage them to go to datcap.wi.gov. It's been an all-time high in use of that service recently. That speaks to the stress that's out there. It also speaks to the willingness of farmers to make the call when they're feeling stress. So it's a resource there. Now, the last thing I wanted to do, since Senator Markline queued me up on it, I'll jump in. I didn't have it. I didn't plan for it, but I would. So what Senator Markline was talking about, fees for animal traceability. What I would say to you all is animal agriculture is a pretty darn important part of our state's economy. We've just talked about that for a while here today, and others will too. And that means that protecting the health and supporting the traceability, prevention of disease and traceability is pretty darn important too. It's work that goes on every day. Sometimes we don't see it. Biosecurity, outreach to the industry, working with farmers on what they're planning to do to prevent a disease or to prevent a disease from spreading, because there are any number of diseases that are out there that we don't want here, and if it's here, we better be able to trace it and get rid of it, because we don't want it hanging around here. So credit goes to the industry for buying in and being at the cutting edge of biosecurity and protecting their animals. The Department of Ag, Trade, and Consumer Protection has a division of animal health that works with the industry to do that. It's important services. It's important services that we need to do to be a resource to the industry, and it's important that we fund those programs. It's important that we fund those practices. And so DATCAP undertook a administrative rule process that proposed some fees. It's a very public process. We got a lot of input too, Senator. And so we understand that there was some questions about that. But let me say this. when people commented about the fees, they said, these are really important programs and we need to fund them. Protecting animal health and making sure that we're tracing animal diseases and preventing them is really important. So we support the programs. The industry shouldn't fund that program entirely. We should look at what other states do, and other states provide general purpose revenue. And so those are all options. We have substantially reduced our fees so that there's proposed to be an inflationary adjustment. And we welcome the opportunity to use state general purpose revenue to fill the additional gap in funding that's necessary to provide these services. It's important that we're providing the services. It's important that we pay for them. So the question becomes time and money. There is time. I just saw that there was, Senator Markland said there's a bunch of hearings on bills right now. There was just a bill introduced, it was Assembly or Senate Bill 900 or something like that, and it's got a hearing already. So there is time to hear things like this. So there's time to provide some state general purpose revenue to help fund these programs. And the Legislative Fiscal Bureau just said that there was an additional $1.5 billion in surplus. And I think just using a little bit of that to help protect animal health and ensure animal traceability is a good thing. So I bring that up. Thank you for bringing it up, Senator. And I guess I'll close there. Thank you very much for being here, everybody, and looking forward to this afternoon.
Excellent. Thank you. We could keep talking. I know that $1.5 billion gives Howard a heart attack every time he hears people spending it before they know it. But let's give them both a round of applause because, like we said, Howard's got to get back to the Capitol. I think Randy will stay with us a little while longer. And if I'm correct, you're going to bring up the official conversation on that livestock fee situation during your DATCAP meeting. Is that Thursday?
Thursday.
All right. So if you want to tune in virtually or what have you, you can listen to the conversation unfold. Thank you, fellas. The other thing that I want to make sure that he hears me say, Randy Romanski is our ambassador. He doesn't just talk to us, he talks to others about Wisconsin. You are now, correct me now, is it the president of the Midwest Ag Secretaries, Midwest State Departments of Agriculture. It's part of the overarching ag departments. And remember, some of those secretaries are commissioners. They're elected. Randy serves at the pleasure of the governor, but he is bringing them all to Wisconsin sometime this summer to, June. I know that I wasn't going to. He's bringing them to Wisconsin in June to help them see everything that's going right in Wisconsin. So again, Randy, we thank you for your dedication above and beyond just what the job calls for in the description. He does so much more. All right, break. Come on up. Next guests that are going to be discussing trade in Wisconsin farms. When Paul put together this panel, just come up. When Paul put this panel together, his number one goal was trying to see what are Wisconsin's advantages. We talk in big phrases about what's happening with beef consumption, what's happening with tariffs, all those big pictures that really we hear about in the news, but we can't necessarily get our arms around within Wisconsin. So that is the charge of this next panel. Talk a little bit about, does Wisconsin have an ace in the hole anywhere? What have we learned? Where are we going? How do those relationships matter? And this is really going to be a great panel. Some have lived through this over and over again. It's for some like a recurring nightmare. For others, it's strengthened them. So let me introduce you from my left, your right, on the far end. Brian Hoskins is the Senior Vice President of Ag Banking and Ag Banking Manager for Nicolet National Bank. Next to him, my friend Will Sue, President of Sue's Ginseng Enterprises. John Schutzke's right there next to him, one of our, I always say farm safety specialists because the rest of the title is too long, John. I don't like that. I'm going to write a note. And then my buddy Kelly Wolfert. We aren't going to hear much from Kelly because Kelly is an attorney and she will not give me 30-second bites. It's like a minute and a half because she feels responsible. But she does.
I'm working on it.
She's a fantastic resource that now has been snagged by University Extension as our farm law outreach specialist. And we will be allowing questions, hopefully, at the end of this session. So if something strikes a nerve, there's something that you're really gunned up about hearing on let's make sure that you're jotting those down as we get going. So let's start with the big question here then, folks. What is Wisconsin's advantage? I know where I want to start because he's lived it, he's watched this, storytelling, relationships, and I'm just gonna kind of pick to get us started, and that's Will. Will and I have done, I swear we've had this conversation, buddy, for before the pandemic. 7 years. I think Will and we did a similar panel up in Wausau, and I kid you not, the next week is when the pandemic literally became reality. You had just gotten back from a trip to China, and it was like, bam, the next week, the world started shutting down. And that also became a part of your world as our ginseng coordinator, literally, in the state of Wisconsin. What is Wisconsin's advantage, Will? What have you learned since that date? Now here we are, the next iteration, tariffs and trade. I'm going to give you the floor to get us started on what is Wisconsin's advantage, if any?
Sure. Can you guys hear me? Hello?
Louder?
Hello? There we go. Okay. So for those of you that don't know, Wisconsin is the leading producer and exporter of ginseng from the United States. We are now globally probably one of the smallest producing regions. Canada and China are growing this species in their own countries in Canada's case, export primarily, and then in China for domestic consumption. Wisconsin has been known for our flavor and taste and unique qualities of the ginseng, very similar to Napa Valley, since the late 1800s, early 1900s. So this has been an over 100-year journey that Wisconsin ginseng has been on. The last time we had this type of trade disruption was World War II, because when Japan started taking over parts of China and colonizing parts of Asia, it shut down the trade of ginseng from Wisconsin to China, and farmers in central Wisconsin stored the product for years, basically the entire post-war period until, the entire interwar period until the trade was opened back up after World War II. So we've seen this before. It's just that most of us haven't lived it. And so farmers are now living it where, as recently as last year, we were sitting on a year or up to 2 years worth of crop and storing it. And so you talk about cash flow crunch, you're also talking about a crop that takes 4 or 5 years to reach maturity. So once you harvest and you have a crop, you have to keep planting and keep the expenses and keep maintaining the crop, and then once you harvest, you keep storing it until you're able to sell it. That glut is starting to diminish now as people have found ways around the tariffs. The tariffs are still there. In 2018, the tariff rate was about 33 to 35%. It got as high as 45% at the end of the first Trump administration, and now importers into China are getting a 10% relief on that 45%, so it's back down to the mid to low 30s, but that tariff is still there. People are finding ways around it, and as a result of this, prices have dropped roughly 30 to 40% from 2018, and the number of farmers growing ginseng in central Wisconsin has also dropped 30 to 40%. So to give you some perspective, when I returned to Wisconsin in 2011, there were about 200 to 250 ginseng farmers in central Wisconsin. Today, there are now fewer than 70. And our expectation is those numbers will continue to drop. The poundage has dropped as well from probably 1.5 million pounds a year in 2011 to more recently around 1 million pounds. So we've lost also about 50% of our output as those numbers of farmers have dropped. So as you guys have seen in other industries, you have some consolidation. The bigger farmers are getting bigger. The smaller farmers that can't scale or don't want to scale or can't transition are exiting. But our issue is this crop has always been, for the last 125 years, an export-driven crop. If you don't have access to China, you don't have access to 90+% of your consumers, because 90+% of the ginseng grown in Wisconsin is exported to China, Hong Kong, Taiwan. And if you can't get into those 3 countries that I call Greater China, being of Taiwanese descent, you don't have a market.
Now, let me ask you then, how are you pivoting to try to keep things going? You mentioned those 3 outliers that are trying to get the product in, and focus on your relationships, Will, because that's something that I find incredibly unique and very powerful about how you go about selling. Is it still, do you still kick it old school where they want to see the crop, they want to come to Wisconsin and see it, even if they can't afford it.
Yeah. So on the crop side and on the sales side, we're one of the unique crops where the processor basically comes to Wisconsin to grade the crop and purchase it directly from the farmer. So I typically act as the broker in some of those cases and assure the creditworthiness of the purchaser and guarantee the payment to the farmer from foreign sources of funds. So this is a really interesting crop because the money comes in typically from those Asian countries, comes into central Wisconsin and is dispersed directly to the farmer. So the only other intermediary is the receiving bank or my receiving bank or the broker's receiving bank that then transfers it to the farmer, and it's all direct payment. And so they still come, they still shop. During COVID, we did it via cell phone and video and picture, but this is still an organoleptic crop. You want to taste it, you want to smell it, you want to see it. And so we used to send samples, et cetera, during COVID, which would get delayed because of supply chain disruptions. Now we do have people returning to market, but you have some transition in generation and technology. So people are now more used to buying ginseng via digital means because of COVID. But I would equate it to buying a house. Like, it's all dependent on like how comfortable you're buying a house, because most of my large customers are buying a 40-foot container, which is about 30,000 pounds of ginseng, which would have a commercial value of about $1 million. So if you're okay buying a house for $1 million using Zillow.com and never actually stepping foot into the house, I highly encourage you to get into ginseng purchasing. If you aren't comfortable buying a house on Zillow.com or some similar website, sight unseen for $500,000 or $1 million, you may want to come and actually inspect the place. And so that's what we have. We do have folks coming back, but they also run into issues such as getting into the country and other barriers to trade, and then exporting the product, obviously, because there's still a tariff into China. So a lot of them are going to secondary markets where they are further processing the product, such as Southeast Asia or Taiwan or other countries.
Is our quality still superior?
Our quality is still superior. We are the highest premium. We trade at about 2x the multiple, especially depending on the exchange rate. So we're double the price of Canadian, and we're 4 times the price of Chinese grown. And so we are still the premium product, but because we're a premium product and priced higher, as the Chinese consumer does what many Americans are doing, costs go up, they trade into lower price and lower cost products because they believe that saving money may be more important than the quality of the product they're purchasing.
Sure.
And they know the U.S. goods are better.
All right, we're going to push pause there, and that's a lot to think about, but if you didn't know anything about ginseng, that's the guy that can educate you in short fashion. Let's continue this conversation, though, about where is Wisconsin's strong suit. You see quality, relationships, transparency, and bringing that outside market to central Wisconsin. I'm going to move to Will's left and talk to Brian. Brian Hoskins, again, Senior Vice President, Ag Banking Manager with Nicolet National Bank. So I want to hit you up here, Brian, on that relationship factor. Before we got up here, Brian and I were talking about, and you know this to be true, farmers' relationships, the tightest relationships they have are pretty well represented up here. It's their attorney, it's their banker, it's their accountant, that type of thing. And those trusted relationships are incredibly important when you're in uncertain times. So let's talk just a little bit about the conversations you're having now, Brian. And do the growers, no matter what whether it's beef, whether it's row crops, whether it's dairy, do they feel confident? Do they feel like they're still at an advantage in America's dairy land? Are they feeling pretty confident now on beef on dairy? What are you hearing on these conversations, and now is the time when you're having the most of them? Give me your perspective. Does Wisconsin still have that infrastructure, the confidence, the esprit de corps to carry ourselves into the market?
All right, thanks, Pam. There were quite a few questions in there, but happy to be here and get started.
Pull the mic closer to you, buddy. I'll come down and do it for you, but then...
All right. How's that today? Is that a little better?
Better.
All right. Appreciate that and the handful of questions in the introduction, Pam. Just a little bit of background. Nicolet Bank, we are approaching about $2 billion worth of farm loans. Most of that's in Wisconsin, and about 3/4 of that is dairy. So I probably have a little bit of a dairy focus on my customer contact and experiences here. That's been a little bit of a highlight right now as we talked about the different commodities this morning and the little more bleak outlook in the crop world today. But dairy's had 5 pretty solid years, so a lot of our dairy producers have pretty good liquidity going into a little bit of a downturn from a pricing standpoint right now. So those are some of the highlights. The beef world, obviously that was the most exciting talk this morning. That's been an extreme highlight in the U.S. in the last year or two here. Beef on dairy is becoming very common. You talked about some of these conversations and what are we seeing with producers. On the beef on dairy, for example, there's sort of, two schools. There are some people that have adapted and really pursued that. The difference in income we're seeing right now on farms that have been very aggressive, have a lot of beef cross terminal calves that are being born. I think that was our dairy slides talked about the dollars of beef revenue per hundredweight. I think we're seeing that definitely compared to a few years ago where that was less than $2 a hundredweight. A lot of farms will average at least over $2, but the high end will be $5. So when we're talking about the difference in revenue and difference in profit potential on farms, that is one of the things that sort of intensified that difference. There's farms that are really, really performing well and excelling, and there are farms that maybe were a little late to adapt, maybe timed an expansion where they didn't have a lot of beef calves or a lot of those opportunities. That has not been a tailwind for every farm out there in the state. In terms of processing capacity, we've had a few larger expansions. Wisconsin is still a great place to be from a milk producing, milk processing standpoint. Basis compared to where it was, the difference between our board prices and what the local processors are paying, that's been fairly strong in the Midwest. That's been very strong in 24 and 25 relative to some of the struggles in the early 2020s. So we've seen nice improvement there. Again, listening to all the different speakers this morning, definitely feel like the dairy and beef are more of a highlight, but we, I guess on the negative news side, as we're looking at class 3 prices in the mid-16s range, 10-year average is mid-17s. And I challenge producers in a talk or a meeting like this, like to bring up, are there other expenses you can think of, input costs, that have gone down in the last decade? There aren't a lot. So while we're looking at lower than average prices by 5, 8, 9%, that in and of itself maybe isn't terrible. The profit margin with that decline in pay price is pretty significant.
One question for you, because you're in Cow Alley. Let's face it, something that we
That's probably still fair.
Something that we sometimes take for granted is Wisconsin's infrastructure. Now, to Howard and Randy's point, maybe some of its aging needs some maintenance, but I stop and think about how far milk's going to have to go to Kansas and how far milk's going to have to go to get to capacity in some of these new plants, and then I look at Wisconsin, where I still see milk trucks passing each other. You know what I mean? Is that still viewed as an advantage to Wisconsin? Now we're talking Great Lakes. Is that still an advantage? Are we glossed over because we've had it around for so long? What's your perspective as an ag lender that's looking at the health of the industry in our borders?
I would say that's still an advantage in Wisconsin, and it seems like there are several different cheesemakers and processors represented here today, which is great to see. One of the things, while much of Wisconsin's milk is made into cheese, there are a number of different cheese processors, specialty cheeses. There are a lot of different end users, so there's a little bit of a built-in buffer. If something falls a little bit out of popularity, we are very, very fortunate with the diversity of the cheese makers and other milk processors we have in the state.
Well, and if they want it in Michigan or Minnesota, we'll let them have it if we've got it to spare. But yeah, that's like I said, sometimes we look past the benefits that we've got. What we're talking about here is also these conversations that are happening with trusted sources, and we've discussed it already. Randy brought it up, and I believe we heard it in the morning. There's a palpable sense of anxiety, right? It really doesn't matter. Even the beef producers are a little jittery because, what if this shoe drops? So everybody in agriculture right now, the unknown, the uncertainty, that's why John is up here. For years now, John has made it his quest, especially I remember during the pandemic, to try to help people tie a knot and hang on, for lack of a better phrase. Here's the resources that are there. Here's the things to think about. Here's the observations you should pay attention to people around you. And again, the Wisconsin Farm Center, but even resources like yourself, John, I think that's a benefit for Wisconsin that we hold uniquely, because there are not many of you like that around the country.
Yeah, I was not sure when I heard Will and our other speakers talk about the opportunities. One of the things that is positive, let me first of all say, farming is stressful. I don't have to tell you all that. It's obviously why I'm up here on the panel. You know, you could measure that. I think Senator Kajewski talked a little bit about suicide rates. And if you look just at the stressors, it's all the stuff, right? Weather, markets, uncertainty, tariffs. We're working in this biological space with animal disease and all these kinds of things. But one of the things I want to say is Wisconsin really has been a lead in this area, and I give a lot of credit across administrations. It's not just been the most recent. To the Farm Center, we're doing a lot of really great work. I work with Illinois, Iowa, a little bit with Purdue, and they all look up here at our voucher program through the Farm Center. It's a really special thing, and we are the only state that provides these sort of wraparound opportunities. Pam, just kind of going back to your the way you framed the question, you said the beef guys can still be stressed. So farming is stressful, even during times when we're making boatloads of money, which I don't know how often that's really happened in my career, but even when you're making money hand over fist or you have that opportunity, there's still so much coming at you. And the thing that I think about is if I find out as a producer that for whatever reason, you know, we're going to have a big chunk of that sort of family living expense taken out of our budget, people figure that out. We're problem solvers. We can cut some expenses here and there if we're going to be down $60,000 or $40,000. The problem now is this volatility. And it's just, it was talked about over and over this morning, the wild and crazy. You wake up some morning and you think this is going to have not a $60,000, but a $600,000 impact on our bottom line. And if I could just say one other quick thing, I think it's important to note this stress stuff is real. When we are under stress, there's chemical impacts on our body. We have adrenaline that shoots up. That's why my pulse right now is probably about 110, whatever. Our blood pressure goes up. We have difficulty sleeping and those kinds of things. It's adrenaline. It's also a chemical that you've all probably heard about called cortisol. So cortisol does the same thing, except cortisol also deadens, or it doesn't deaden, it numbs the frontal part of your brain. And that's the part of your brain that is responsible for making decisions, right? You've got to make a decision. You've got to weigh the pros and cons. You've got to evaluate different production alternatives. So we're suddenly flooded with all these stress hormones because of all this crazy volatility. We make bad decisions because we're not thinking straight, and then it just becomes a vicious cycle. The bad decision leads to more stress, difficulty sleeping. I just made myself a note. Right now, it's like we're driving 120 miles an hour. Many people feel that way on a country road that's twisting and turning, and we don't have our headlights on, and we're accelerating into the curve. And that's the thing that I think about where people need to sort of step back. And I'm gonna pause there. Maybe we could come back. There's a lot of resources out there, but that's the time when we need to think about connecting and reaching out and building relationships, not just with the Farm Center, but with friends and family and neighbors and other people.
Yep, very good. And we will come back to that, no doubt. Don't forget, we're going to give you an opportunity for questions regardless. I'm just leading them down a path. You may want to take the conversation in a different direction, and we'll allow for that. Now, Kelly, I'm going to give you the floor. And there's a couple different things that crossed mine. Obviously, I want you to introduce yourself and your credentials for those of you in the audience that don't know Kelly. And then let's think a little bit about that uncertainty. I'm sure that you had the questions. We had this conversation months ago. All of a sudden, the federal government has frozen grants and stopped funding. And oh my God, I was supposed to have EQIP money. I had a project that was supposed to go through on conservation. I was supposed to be, and that amplified the anxiety John described that weather and markets had already created. So that may be addressing how you walk people through it, what kind of contractual agreements you coached them up on, and then, you know, kind of where we're going from here. Another obstacle that's making the news all over the place is our labor situation. Now our hearts bleed not only for our margins, but also for the people that we depend on. So introduce yourself to the audience and then take it where you will, my dear. If I feel like you're going long, you'll know it.
Okay, thank you, Pam, and thank you, everyone. Like Pam said, my name is Kelly Wilford. I currently serve UW-Madison Division of Extension as the state's Farm Law Outreach Specialist. I'm actually an attorney as well. I left private practice about 2.5 years ago to join Extension, recognizing that we have a shortage of attorneys here in the state of Wisconsin. And so what my role really does is strive to help do outreach and education to our farmers so that they understand not everything. They're not going to know every deadline, every quirk of what they're filing or might need to file, but I want them to know when they have options to take action, when they have options that are going to support them, especially in times like this. And so a lot of my work focuses around that. In particular, as we talk about the stress that comes with financial distress, I've been trying to do a lot of outreach around what do I want to know as a farmer if my check suddenly stops coming, my check bounces. I find out that my processor is filing bankruptcy. Some of you may be familiar with, is it Hanson Mueller out in Nebraska that filed bankruptcy earlier in the year? Hopefully that's not impacting our farms here, but could it happen here? Yeah. And, we've seen the Del Monte bankruptcy filing. We saw the Pure Prairie poultry situation, Hastings Creamery. There have been a variety of situations where, from time to time, unfortunately, not every business goes as planned. And so as the farmer, what happens when your check suddenly stops coming? And what we always want farmers to know is that you have options. One of the strengths, I would say, of Wisconsin and of agriculture in general is that both state and federal government have taken action to ensure that there are some backstops here. They're not going to solve every problem, but and I'm going to talk about them in sort of two veins, pre-bankruptcy and once a bankruptcy filing occurs. And then at some point we can maybe circle and talk about bankruptcy on the farm too. We'll cover all the fun things today. But I really encourage farmers before they're in that extreme stress moment to know if something happens and my check doesn't come, who am I going to call? How quickly do I need to take action? And so I'm going to talk about if your processor files for bankruptcy first. There are two main backstops that I often think of at the federal government level. That would be the PACA Trust, the Perishable Ag Commodities Act Trust, and the Packers and Stockyards Trust. You might hear different names, Poultry Trust, Dealer Trust, Packer Trust, a couple different items here. Essentially, both of those programs serve as backstops in the event that processors buying those particular products file bankruptcy. So normally, if someone or a business files bankruptcy, what's going to happen is my friend Brian at the end, at the bank, is going to have a mortgage. He's what's known as a secured creditor. He's going to get paid first. Now, let's say that John has also decided he's going to be a hard money lender. He didn't take any collateral, but he handed out some money. He's what's known as an unsecured creditor. If there's anything left, maybe he'll get something, right? We're going to divide it. Well, how many of our farmers do you know are filing mortgages on, let's say processor property? Nobody, right? It's just not how the process works. However, our federal government, Congress recognized decades ago, and I shouldn't say decades for everyone, some of these are more recent developments in the last 6 or so years, but they recognize that we don't want to leave our farmers out in the cold. And so they set up these provisions that provide for, we call it a floating trust. And what it does is it says, hey, our farmers who are selling these particular products, they're going to get stepped up the line actually in front of the bank. We're going to make sure they get taken care of first. So with the Perishable Ag Commodities Act, that's our fresh fruits and vegetables, our folks that are selling those products. In a bankruptcy setting, if the processor files bankruptcy, those farmers have a PACA trust right or claim that they're going to get paid first, but they have to make that claim fairly quickly within, and I don't want to mess up the days. I believe it's within 30 days of not getting paid. It could be 15. within 30 days of payment due if they didn't get paid, and then within 15 days of a dishonored payment. Pretty quickly, right? And in agriculture, this industry is somewhat of a handshake deal. Sometimes it doesn't feel good to, let's say, make a claim when, well, they just missed one, right? Or it just happened. I want to give them some time and see if they can get their feet under them. But we need to know that there are some pretty intense deadlines on that. The same thing is true when we talk about the poultry trust or the packer trust. Those are going to be for our livestock and our poultry birds. We're still under 30 and 15-day deadlines. And so it's really important that if you're missing a check, you're knowing how quickly do I have to move and what do I have to do in order to preserve this claim. Now, with those programs, it is going to be giving notice to the processor. You may also have to give notice to USDA, and then ultimately it proceeds through the bankruptcy. But there's a couple options that'll step in either pre-bankruptcy or a little bit quicker than the bankruptcy case might be. And here in Wisconsin, that is our Agricultural Producer Security Trust Funds administered by the Department of Ag, Trade, and Consumer Protection. So the Wisconsin legislature saw fit to provide some security for various growers. Now here in Wisconsin, it's going to be milk, vegetables, and grain primarily. And again, similar situation here. When there are payments that are not coming through or folks are defaulting, there are opportunities to reach out to DATCAP and make a claim, and those funds are available to help reimburse. Now, each program is a little bit different, but I will say the process for making a claim is pretty straightforward. It's a one-sheet piece of paper and proof that you were owed those dollars. In my opinion, pretty straightforward. Could be different for everyone. But again, we're on a tight timeline here to make sure that those claims are being filed in a timely manner. Again, typically within that 15 to 30 days. Check your specific program to be sure. Now with the DATCAP program, they don't reimburse dollar for dollar 100%. Some programs are a percentage up to a certain dollar amount, some are a couple tiers. But I don't know about you, if my option is 0 or something, I'd rather get something. So what I'm not giving you today are all of the details. I'm not telling you every single step you need to take. But what you do want to know if you're a producer of one of those products, you want to know that these programs exist and that if you have a check that doesn't come through or a check that bounces from your processor, some of these protections are there in place to back you. And I actually pulled last night, I was curious, how often has the Producer Security Fund been used? And I noted that it's over 250 farms that have received payments from that since its inception. The earliest one showing was 2005. Now, 250 farms maybe doesn't seem like a lot, but for those folks, I would be willing to bet it made a difference.
Yep. When was the last time that it got tapped in Wisconsin?
Ooh, last couple of years. I'm going to look at Randy and see if he remembers. Was it 24? Hastings, yeah.
Okay, yep. That brings up a very good question. Well, maybe it's a good question. You'll decide. Conversations. I started with Will because I'm intrigued about doing business the old school way. You're seriously going to fly from Hong Kong to central Wisconsin to look at a root plant or, whatever. So that just kind of always sets me back. But that conversation, because Brian, I've seen you work in a room like at Dairy Strong or whatever, and you're talking to dairy processors as much as you are dairy farmers. John, to your point, I feel like I'm a victim, but do you know where your end product ends up? Where is it? Is it cheese? Is it dry? Is it fluid? Where is it going? And how are they doing on the bottom line? Did Dean Foods just make headlines today? Should I be investigating those kinds of things? And then to your point, Kelly, how do I take action or what do I do? They've got my stuff. I don't have any place else to go with it. Let's start that conversation. How do you coach them up, Brian? Do you ask your dairy producers to know where the end user is? Do you want to know? Do you investigate what? Because I know, like I said, you got Cow Alley, so milk can go a lot of different ways to a lot of different end users. And unfortunately, I say with love, many of my dairy producers are like, see ya, as soon as the truck's out of the driveway.
I think that's continuing to change over time. More producers are familiar with their processors' goals, their processors' end products. That's a good thing. We continue to encourage that. Some of the different events are, that are put together, whether that's DBA or a PDP. Lot of organizations that do help bring those producers and processors together, and there are relationships on farm with processors. Again, originally rooted in quality, have branched into a number of different things in recent years. Carbon footprint, sustainability, there are a lot of different things. A lot of processors are interested in some of the watershed groups and things that were talked about a little bit earlier today as well. So we continue to see that relationship grow every year, which is a good thing. Most recently, have overheard a whole lot of conversations, have had a bit of a dip in the price of fat lately. There are some milk processors that don't particularly need any more fat. Some of the conversations on that topic alone are, can we feed to not necessarily decrease total output, but to have a few more pounds, so our fat component percentage, a lot of that's attributed to great research, different things, genetic improvement in the dairy herd. That's great for efficiency, that's great for tons of things, unless it's bad for your processor. So those conversations are continuing to happen more, and there are a few processors that are being very open about it and what their options are for the extra fat, and it's been a general positive dialogue around that. Not that everybody that has a 4.5% fat limitation on their farm is happy about it, but it has been a generally positive dialogue. So.
Yeah. What about you, Will? How do you ever wave somebody off? Like you get a call from Taiwan and says, I'm going to send 6 guys or whatever to the farm, and you're like, yee.
We welcome them. So part of our business has also turned into agritourism now, actually, because we have customers, especially those who now live or reside in the United States, who are interested in our product and they want to come out to our farm and learn about it. So they fly into Chicago or Minneapolis, drive from all parts of the U.S., especially during the summer, and they bring their families out and have an experience kind of learning about Wisconsin ginseng in central Wisconsin. So we have moved a lot more towards tourism, and we have a lot of our vast majority of my staff speak Mandarin or Cantonese, which are the primary business languages that we use in China. So we all know farmers work a lot of hours. My hours tend to be at night when I'm communicating with the buyers and the customers in Asia. So technology helps a lot with that. I wouldn't be able to do it without translation apps and without things like WhatsApp and WeChat to be able to communicate with people overseas. But they come here, both tourists and our buyers. They spend time on our farms, meeting with farmers, doing deals. Handshake deals are most of them. We back you were talking about the kind of the credit worthiness. Those of us who broker, we're literally speaking on behalf of the buyers, saying their money is good. The checks are written on our accounts. They're cashed against our banks because we're expecting that those buyers, either when they receive the product or before the product leaves the U.S., will have paid us for those items. No different than you guys deliver your products to your processors as well. The difference is that we're the ones facilitating those payments, and we're the ones negotiating those deals to ensure that both buyer and seller are happy, because there's no grade. I mean, this isn't a commodity exchange traded product.
Right.
And so the individual buyer is determining the price based on their ability to resell it and make money on it. So it's a really interesting part of our kind of farm economy system. But I think it's really cool that you have all of these folks coming in who are interested in it and adding to the overall impact that Wisconsin ag has on the global economy.
Is there any kind of insurance that you guys can lean into? And then my second question, does Wisconsin look pretty compared to where they normally would get their ginseng?
Yeah, so the people like coming to Wisconsin because, except when the buying season tends to be December and January, after the crop is kind of put up for storage and, they can look at 90+% of the availability. Everyone likes coming here in summer for the tourism, but when the buyers come, it's typically right around Thanksgiving or after hunting season by the time the product is dried, because of our processing. So we harvest the roots in September, October. They go through a 2 to 3 week cure in coolers. And then after the curing process, it's another 2 to 3 weeks of low temp dry in kilns. So the total processing period after harvest is about 6 weeks. So when you're harvesting after Labor Day, your first crop is rolling out of the kilns mid-October, and the last of it sometimes is rolling out after Thanksgiving. So most of them come in December and January, so they're here to do business. There's not much else. They don't ski, they don't snowmobile, and so they come to Wisconsin and they either sit in the hotel, or they sit in a restaurant, or they're out on farms talking with the farmer, or at, we have a couple of brokers and dealers who have centralized the collection of samples. And so it's really interesting if you walk into some of them in Marathon, Wisconsin, or at our offices in Wausau, we literally have buyers coming in from the Chinatowns, from overseas, and they're coming in and looking at sample boxes, 60 or 70 pound boxes representing 5, 10, up to 30,000 pound lots, and making purchase decisions from visual inspection of the root.
Insurance?
Insurance. Some farmers qualify for crop insurance, but when you're talking about a 4-year premium until it reaches harvest, it's a really expensive proposition. Most of the larger farmers who kind of know what they're doing, we take on all the risk and just hope that if we have a disaster year that we'll have a better future. But there was a snowstorm on Mother's Day weekend of 2010. That collapsed all of our shade cloth. There was a state emergency declared. Most of the farmers who did not go out and immediately try to fix things ended up going out of business because the insurance payments were not sufficient to keep them around. So that was when we lost a significant amount of our farmers, was after that disaster. And now with the prices being low because of the tariffs, a lot of the younger farmers are having a really hard time not only getting financing, but being able to make ends meet because they don't have sufficient acreage and the sufficient capital base because of their debt load to be able to continue production.
Yeah, and they got to wait it out for the crop.
Yeah, so we're losing a lot of our younger farmers.
I don't want to, I can keep this up, but the microphones are hot and ready to go. If you've got questions, of course you would, Shawnee. Right back there. We'll get him the microphone before the end of the day, I promise. John, we talk about these communication discussions. That's, boy, I've known this guy. He's been my field man forever, but I'm hearing rumors at the coffee shop or the feed mill about, that's a tough spot to be in as the senior stakeholder of the farm. No, like Kelly said, they treat us well. They took care of us. That's not always the way to handle things these days.
Yeah, and I think, consistent with everything we've talked about, when I mentioned the 120 miles per hour on the curvy roads with your headlights off, the way to slow that down. I used to love watching Tom Brady. Tom Brady was the quarterback for the Patriots.
Yes, the GOAT.
And then Tampa Bay, right? So he always would talk about, I slow the game down, and I think that's what we do. We have this tendency under the stress levels to curl up. I'm being not quite literal here, but kind of curling up into a fetal position and checking out from the rest of the world, and that's when we need to be connecting, whether it's our attorney or the regional rep, understanding the industry, going to the annual, whether it's the Farmers Union or the Wisconsin Farm Bureau Federate or whatever your group is, to learn as much about the industry rather than kind of taking that tendency to withdraw. I talked about the importance of reaching out to groups like the Farm Center. The other thing that I just think is important to mention, because we have these ag relationships, right? Whether it's Taiwan or processors or cheesemakers. The other relationship that we tend to underlook is our health professionals. And I speak to, and it tends to be guys, I just have to say this, it tends to be guys my age, like 55 on up. I'm actually 65, I'm not gonna hide behind that. But these guys that you ask, when's the last time you saw a doctor? You're telling me you're only sleeping 3 hours a night, you're constantly tired, you feel like the world is crushing down. And I say, when's the last time you saw a doctor? Well, I had a checkup or a physical 3 years ago. And if they're with their spouse, you see this. And it's like, well, no, it might have been 6 or 7 or 8 years ago. So making sure, we've got all these resources in Wisconsin. We've got these communities. our communities in rural areas are not what they used to be like when I was a kid. They're more spread out, but we do have opportunities to connect with people. And again, Pam, just being consistent with the theme, the relationship thing, it's not the time to check out, it's actually the time to reach out more and explore all of those different resources that you have access to.
Excellent. Sean?
You sure you want me to ask a question?
Well, come on.
No, thank you very much. My question for you is we've had lawmakers here and our state top ag official here. I have the honor to work in the state capitol every day, and Senator Markline is right. Now there's maybe 3 out of 132 lawmakers that are directly from the farm. 25 years ago, it was 35. We have a $116 billion industry. We're very good at talking to each other. Lawmakers are very intrigued by this. It's one of the issues that my colleagues, Chad and Grace and I that I'm sitting next to, are able to cut through partisan divides and geographic divides over agriculture. You see our cheese industry is branded along with France, Germany, I can't think of the third country, and then Wisconsin. What is your advice to us who are advocates trying to convince lawmakers how important this industry is at the state level? Will, you are an incredible spokesperson, and you're welcome anytime to come to the Capitol with us and talk about agriculture and others up there. But what can we do as kind of warriors trying to tell this story? Because it is not, lawmakers are great. We're not at a point where it's brown cows produce chocolate milk, but we are working to continue to keep those folks educated how important this massive industry is. So I'd love your suggestions. Thank you.
So ginseng has a state marketing board by state order. It's the Ginseng Board of Wisconsin, and I'll give you the advice that I've given to them since I came back is you need to get out of your comfort zone and step into some of these markets. It's really hard, I get it. You know, I speak the language. I grew up here in Wisconsin, was born here in the States. It's easier for me to step into Chinatown. It's easier for me to go to China, Taiwan, some of the markets, whether it be with the governor or with any of our trade missions and DATCAP or WEDC that go over there. It's hard to leave the farm because you have responsibilities there. And those responsibilities are more important than, you know, maybe being an advocate for the industry or being an advocate for agriculture. But if you can't spread the word, and it's easy for me to say because we have to do the marketing, right? Our business started on the marketing side. My dad was a social worker for the state of Wisconsin, heard about ginseng, and then moved the family to Wausau to get into the industry. So we weren't farmers. He was a social worker. So he, unlike a lot of farms where someone works off the farm for government or whatever benefits, he actually went the reverse. He quit working for the state to come be a farmer. And so we understand that because we started on the retail side, we do the wholesale, we do the distribution, the export. We're vertically integrated now from farm to end, and so we have to do that. But if you can't get out in front of the customers, if you can't bring some of the customers, we always try to bring our customers and talk to the federal and the state legislators and introduce them at least and make those connections so they realize how important it is to not just agriculture, but also to things like tourism. Right? We have a dozen buyers, maybe more, every year that come into central Wisconsin and probably spend 5 to 10 nights sleeping in hotels and eating in restaurants. They're paying taxes. They're paying room occupancy taxes. They're doing all the things that we want our folks related to agriculture, and they're actually coming to the state of Wisconsin. So how do you get some of those people even to talk to folks to talk about agriculture? Because it is easy when you're a farmer to be humble about the stuff and not brag about it, but you have to get out into market and share those experiences because customers care. One of the main reasons why Wisconsin ginseng is still a price premium, even though the prices are lower than they were before the trade war, it's still priced at premium prices. This stuff retails in China, even on our website, at $200+ a pound after processing. Those customers have money, and we all know money speaks. Doesn't matter if you're a legislator, doesn't matter if you're a consumer, doesn't matter if you're a farmer. That purchasing power and that ability to kind of translate that into economic benefit, because if you think about what would happen if $50 to $100 million of ginseng money didn't flow into basically Marathon County and the surrounding counties, that's a lot of money going into farm and agriculture and paying people and for equipment and inputs. We need that as a state economy. We need that as an industry. And so we got to get better at putting ourselves in those types of uncomfortable situations because I get it, it's totally hard.
Can I build on that? So, Sean, in my 35 plus years working in the work I do a lot of education for health professionals, young medical students, nursing students, maybe they're like medical residents, so they've got their medical degree. And I want to get them interested in rural practice, understanding the needs of farmers in their communities. So I would say in my 35 years, I've probably done 20 field trips where you take a group of 30 physicians or young medical students in a bus, and you might have one or two people who know anything about rural Wisconsin, or before that I was in Minnesota. And after they've spent 3 hours on a farm, they think they know the whole industry because they visited one or two farms, but when they see, feel, experience, have the opportunity to ask questions. And I think UW-Madison also does this pretty well. I think we still have is that right, Dean Gillespie? We have like a Wisconsin Idea program and things. I think the more we can get people out, I do think, again, it's consistent with that relationship building, walking and putting on the biosecurity booties and going around and walking through the operation and being able to ask questions. To me, that turns people on. And rather than it being an abstract, something I pick up and look at that Census of Agriculture report, now it's real.
Right.
And you see it and you smell it and you can hear it and all those sorts of things.
Well, and Brian, that's back to your sustainability point. I mean, when you talk to dairy producers, their eyes glaze over because they feel like they've been told this over and over again. But to you, both Will and John's point, if you can step out and get past that oh gee shucks kind of thing and really tell your story, Wisconsin is unique in the stories that it can tell versus California, Arizona, Texas, all the rest that might be trying to get the sustainable label for Walmart, for McDonald's, for the other majors, correct?
Yeah, and digital technology is going to change that. So you may not actually need the farmer to step out of their comfort zone. What we may need to do is bring digital technology to the farmer.
Yeah.
So you've seen Jinxing Board of Wisconsin is doing some of this now. They're filming videos on farms with farmers in English, and then they're having someone subtitle them in Mandarin so that people overseas can hear directly from the farmer, because there's millions of customers who are not going to come to the U.S. to come in, but they still want to know about this product. So they're using social media and other channels to try to reach consumers. Some of our top selling stores in mainland China, not ours, but they're, they buy from our distributors. They're using basically the Chinese equivalent of TikTok to live stream the product. Live stream the product being unloaded from container ships, basically in boxes, bulk, and then packaged into individual packages for consumers, and they're selling them live, right? Ordering, almost like I was telling someone at dinner last night, home shopping network. If you remember what the home shopping network was like to a generation of people who didn't leave the house, this is what is happening on TikTok and other channels in China. Those folks aren't leaving the house. They're watching videos on their phone, and they're learning about products that they had no idea what they do, how they existed, or where they came from. And if you think about that type of eyeball and what that means in terms of a consumer demographic, as those consumers think, and as China remains still one of our major trading partners, the opportunities are no longer necessarily the physical aspect of it. It's literally learning about the product in a digital, and the way we did it when I was younger was obviously TV. But it's now through cell phones and cell phone technology. So using things like YouTube and other stuff, even if you Google my name, or you go onto YouTube, which is owned by Google, and search my name, you'll find that we have a series of videos about how we grow this, and tourism, and how we harvest it, and we process it, and it's me and others in our industry speaking about it to consumers so they understand better where the product comes from and why they should pay this premium price for it.
Any other questions that we're looking? Yep. Larry.
Primarily for Mr. Sue. Specialty crops have their challenges, as you well know. And with your ginseng, it takes around 4 years to get that mature crop. You're dealing with a specialized market. That Mother's Day storm you mentioned took out a great number of your producers. What would you like to see at the federal and state level to improve specialty crop insurance? And also, for those of us who don't know much about growing ginseng, please tell us a little bit about the crop rotation, because you can't just go back to that same field in a couple of years.
Yeah, so someone was talking about farmland. Because ginseng has an allelopathy similar to walnut, et cetera, it kind of makes the ground toxic to future generations of ginseng plants. So your yields, if the second time planting, are typically 25% or less if you plant a second time. So we actually move from field to field to field throughout the 5-county region around Marathon County, moving to different areas, although our family and our farms have only been in Marathon County for the last almost 50 years because we refuse to leave that area because the soil is, we feel it's different than some of the surrounding counties. So for specialty crops, I think we're unique, right? And that's why we always kind of wave the flag and say we're unique and we're different, but we face the same challenges as other agriculture. It's just that our challenges are slightly different than maybe more mainstream crops. We're smaller, so a small amount of dollars makes a much bigger difference. You know, what does $1 million do for the soybean industry? Probably nothing. What does $1 million do for the ginseng industry? That's like $1 a pound. And so it is pretty significant. So the benefit of being in a smaller industry is that you can do things that are more targeted and more specific towards our industry. You've seen USDA try to do that with kind of some of the MASC and TASC and other types of grants or, programs. But a lot of times our farmers don't apply for them because they've never had the ability to have access to these programs because they only farm specialty crops, or the payouts are so minimal that it doesn't pay for them to actually apply, given they're so small, they won't qualify for more than a few hundred or a few $1,000s. And so those are some of the unique challenges, even with things like crop insurance. Some of the premiums were lower for minorities or women or other farmers. That is great, but it doesn't really help because the issue isn't the ethnicity or the background or the gender of the farmer. The issue is literally the amount of capital it takes and the time it takes to get into this industry. So I think sometimes we try to address some of these problems with, ideas and solutions that aren't appropriate for specialty crops. But it's also so difficult, I understand from the government standpoint, to sit here and try to administer a program that can address the needs of cranberry growers or maple syrup producers or ginseng producers, because we are so specialized and our needs are so specialty. And so I don't know how you bridge some of that. I think it's a really great question. I think it's something that we need to think about more as specialty crop producers to get our needs addressed, because part of it is processing, part of it is the time frame and the capital involved, and part of it is we're just not big enough to be able to really lobby without working with the farm bureaus and other large organizations, because we can't pay enough to folks to care about our industries given how small we are.
True. There's a lot of that. They got $1 billion. They're still holding $1 billion at USDA for specialty crops.
For
so
specialty crops. Still
we'll
holding
see if the voice is heard.
Let's see if they can figure it out.
Yeah. Well, I will flop over if they do. Anybody else? One more question before we take the break. Any final comments from the panel? I mean, we kind of sporadically jumped around just based on where the conversation fed, but we've got about 5 minutes if anybody's got some quick points.
I actually want to add quickly on what Will was just talking about and the question about supporting some of those specialty crops.
Oh yeah, it's your family.
It is. I'm not going to go at it. Pam is mentioning my family also runs about 700 acres that include fresh market fruits and vegetables, cash grain and processing vegetables. That's my other life, my other hat. But as we talk about the challenge of those programs, both for the department and agencies that are administering them, as well as for the grower in knowing how to access them, that's where I think some of our trade organizations, our service professionals play such a vital role in supporting those industries. As I was talking earlier about the federal and state protectionary programs that help to prop up farmers, I shouldn't even say prop up, but just ensure that they get paid in some of these situations. How often do we really think about those? In good years, Probably not a whole lot. You know, milk producers, you probably get that notice in your milk check in June and toss it out until the year that it becomes important. And so it is vital that our ag service professionals and our trade organizations continue to think about the programs that maybe for us are 5, 10, 20 years old, they're old news. But for the farmer that's encountering that problem for the first time, it's a big deal. And I had mentioned, I do want to touch briefly on bankruptcy, and I know that everyone kind of cringes a little bit when I say that, right? Because bankruptcy at any level is not a topic that people like to talk about. But as we head into a financially challenging year, I want you all to know the message that when we think about bankruptcy, bankruptcy doesn't have to be a dirty word. Our founders in this country put together the bankruptcy code as a means for a fresh start. Bankruptcy does not mean quitting. It does not mean giving up. It does not mean that someone failed. There are a variety of chapters, yes, for liquidation, but also for reorganization. And again, the reason I'm taking just 30 seconds to throw that out there for all of you is if we are going to head into this era with some tighter margins again and a little bit less cash flow, not every farm is going to experience the same economy the same way. And so it is important to know both where those producer security funds are, those trust opportunities are, but also recognizing that there is a lever specifically built in to give folks a fresh start if that is what they need. And again, really highlighting that for all of our ag service professionals and trade organizations, just helping farmers in these situations be aware that options exist is so incredibly impactful because they're not dealing with it every day. You might see it in your career 5, 10, 15 times. If they're dealing with it, it's probably only once or twice.
Go ahead, John.
Can I make 2 quickie
Go ahead.
comments?
I know
So
you've
we've
been waiting for
mentioned
it.
the Farm Center so many times today. Phone number is 800-942-2474. And I'm happy, I do have my little infographic I've been cheat sheeting off of. I've got an extra couple of these if anybody wants it. The other thing, suicide, we usually didn't, back in the day, we didn't talk about suicide. We talk about it now. We need to. Suicide is preventable. There is a suicide prevention hotline you can call or you can text. It's simple now. It's just 988, and it's not scary. I've called it before just to basically find out what happens, and I would encourage you to put that in your phone. I've had to have a number of conversations over my last roughly 10 years with producers. The other thing I want to just acknowledge, like we have a lot of people here in the audience who are agriculture, I'm going to call you agricultural service providers and professionals. And I know that this stuff we're talking about is not just farmers. I used to go out and do lots of talks with FSA offices, and they're like, yeah, we need to be able to recognize the signs and symptoms of stress with farmers, but like, man, we're dealing with it big time. So just know that within Extension and also the College of Ag and Life Sciences, there are resources, there are programs, there are like multifaceted things that are available that we can help with conversations and training and things like active listening and recognizing some of these things. So I just wanted to put that little plug in.
No, very well received, John. Appreciate that. Now remember, the objective here is obviously to remind you about resources you might have otherwise been overlooking. Paul kind of charged us when we were coming together this year. What is Wisconsin's ace in the hole? What do we have to offer that's unique, that we sometimes don't think about, that we're not tapping into as much as we might need to or want to? I think you've got a pretty good smattering of some of those kinds of elements with our panels today. We're going to take a quick break, a half hour or so that you can graze a little bit, get another cup of whatever, restroom, or more importantly, engage with our panelists that are up here that have a wealth of information they'd love to continue to share with you, but we're just out of time. So let's take a 30-minute break. Give them a round of applause. We'll be back here at 3 o'clock. 3 o'clock.
I did put samples of ginseng tea on a few tables, so you can snag some if you don't have any on yours. Steal from your neighbor.
Yeah. All right, here we go. Home stretch, everybody. Let's go. But it is good to have these sidebar conversations. I understand. We do the same thing. Oh, somebody, I want to jump in the middle of that selfie. There we go. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to wrap it off this afternoon, basically learning a little bit more about what has been accomplished as far as the export scene is concerned in the state of Wisconsin. You heard Howard as well as Randy talking about the Wisconsin Ag Export Council. This has been in existence for a couple years now, and as anything, it takes time, it takes relationships, it takes some financial investment to get some of these programs off the ground and establish the relationships that ultimately turn into business for Wisconsin agriculture. So our panelists in front of you today are going to help you understand exactly that in differing ways. And you're going to have a chance to ask questions. I'll ask before you. So immediately to my left, Craig Bryce. He is the Chief Executive Officer, as you can see, for Malton Ingredient Company. Now you're going to say, well, wait a minute, Pam. Let's see how that fits. We've got a path here. Dr. Amy Redunz, past president of the Wisconsin Cattlemen's Association, very involved in the industry, both here and on the national scene. And then we've got Jeff Schwager from the Export Advisory Council. He's a member, spent years, if you look at your biography in your book, with Sartori. And now, to a large extent, in the ingredient side of things, but just a great perspective on what's happening with consumer preference, not just here, but globally. What about supplies? What about trends, dietary needs, et cetera? So you saw earlier today when we took a look at where Wisconsin finds itself going on the international market, tariff or not, some of the things that are overlooked, ingredients, processed foods, our specialty foods. We've always known about cheese, but there's more to that than just our specialty cheese, and that's where we're going to kind of go today. Let's start on the platform of the Wisconsin Ag Export Council first and base our first phase of conversations with that. Now, Jeff, you're a member of the Export Council. Amy, you've been involved intricately with some of the programs that resulted because of the Export Council. Let's start there. First of all, Jeff, give us a little bit of your pedigree so that they understand why you're particularly engaged in this part of the conversation. And then what's it been like to be on the Export Council? Did they have to twist your arm to get you on it? Did you think this is going to be a lot of hoo-ha? We're not going to talk about anything but dairy. It's only going to be a one-trick pony. Give me your perspective after you give us a little introduction on who you are and why you're here.
Sure, thanks, Pam. My background, I spent 14 years as president and CEO of Sartori Company. Sartori Company at that point was a ingredient and food service company. We developed a retail brand, but also globalized the company, where today it sells in over 55 countries around the world, which something we're all really proud of. And the Export Advisory Council, I've been involved for quite a number of years, really since its inception. And it's a true working group that helps each segment. I can't, thank Secretary Romansky for his leadership and support of it, because he brings all the different groups together. We talk about what's working, what's not working, and literally leave every meeting with things that can help us grow our businesses in every segment, but also framing a list of things that we need help from the state on going forward to make it better. So it's been really a fruitful organization, fruitful committee to be a part of, and it drives business for Wisconsin.
We'll get to some of the specifics in a little bit here. Amy, again, from the cattle industry, somebody that has also been boots on the ground when it comes to how the Wisconsin Ag Export Council has mobilized resources and how those have really, we were talking about it during the break, return on investment already.
Yeah, absolutely. So one of the benefits or things that have been provided by the council is some grant opportunities. So the Wisconsin Beef Council and in partnership with USMEF has been able to bring in trade missions and do other activities that have helped beef exports out of Wisconsin. So, those programs have been very vital to helping us, again, bring other buyers here to see our farms, to see how we produce beef, get into our packing plants, make those, we talked about earlier about relationships, and in particularly like the most recent one was Latin America, and they are somebody too who likes to have a personal relationship with those buyers, and so by bringing them here, I know it's already resulted in some follow-ups, right, from those trade missions and that funding that we've been able to get from these efforts.
One of the things we've been talking about is sometimes we overlook what we've got. We take it for granted, whether it's transportation, whether it is the years of diligence that the Export Council has had. That's why Craig's here. He was a little paranoid at first about, he's like, well, I don't buy a lot of things from within Wisconsin for the malting industry, for the business he's in. But that may give you a bird's eye view on how others solicit your business, what you're looking for as a buyer, a kind of an almost reverse kind of situation for us. Craig, tell us a little bit about your business and why you think you fit in the conversation.
Yeah, absolutely. First, thanks a lot for having me here, and I appreciate this opportunity. In terms of our business, we are manufacturers, and we produce ingredients for the food and the beverage space. So in the beverage space, think craft beer. So we actually reach over 50% of all craft breweries in the United States. So in our neighborhood right over here in our backyard, we've got the Great Dane and New Glarus as well. So on the food side, we also are pretty active there as well for ingredients. When you go to the movie theater and you buy those molten milk balls, it's got the molten milk powder in there. Well, that's us. And there's a variety of other ingredients that we make. So so we really kind of span both markets. In terms of our activity, so it is true, we purchase a lot of our grain from out of state, so Wyoming. We're vertically integrated. But I'm actually very happy to say that as of 2 years ago, in 2024, we moved all of our wheat purchases here to in-state. So very happy to be able to do that and support growers here. We're a family business. We've been around for 150 years as of this year. And so for us, it's really a great opportunity to partner with family farms. We buy about 50% of the barley that's grown in Wyoming. The other 50% is bought by a small brewery you might have heard of called Coors. And again, family farms there and family farms here in Wisconsin, so we're very proud of that.
Now, some of what we're going to be doing this afternoon is the stories. Stories matter. Thank God stories matter. Tell me a little bit about how that story that you can share, Craig, helps you on the marketing side, trying to get your product in. Does it matter on the ingredient side?
Absolutely, and that's a really great question. So really being a family company and having roots here and working with a lot of family farms, that's very important to our customers, really particularly in the brew space. The food space is important as well, and I think it's becoming increasingly important because I think that there is sort of almost a synonymity with family companies, family ownership, and ingredient quality. And we've definitely seen that move in the marketplace amongst consumers, right? Interest in really ultimately a healthier label. So there is that little synonymity there between family business, family farms, and healthy. So I think that's
Amy, that's the other thing. I've witnessed the Export Council in action through my job as a broadcaster, and Amy and Wisconsin Beef Council are another one of those examples where people from Central America love our product, but they don't know our story because they think we're Texas. They think we're a feedlot in Colorado or Kansas, and then they get here. Tell me about that story that you've witnessed, Amy.
Yeah, I mean, and I've been fortunate to go to Costa Rica and participate and see,
she says that on a cold winter day.
Yeah. Wisconsin is unique. You've heard a lot of things about the positive beef market, right? We're probably one of the bright spots right now in terms of the other commodities in the room. Why is that? Because we have invested in corn-fed beef that is the highest quality in the world. So we've been able to differentiate that product, focus on the eating experience, and like in places like Latin America, and what we even heard from those folks there is as soon as they taste U.S. beef, they want it again, right? So one of our best-selling attributes is just taste it, right? And we do that. And what makes Wisconsin unique, though, is because of our dairy industry. People don't realize that Holstein or dairy beef is some of the highest quality beef that we produce in the U.S. And so we have it right here, and it's being processed in our plants in Green Bay. And there's other cuts from that as well that we can export to places like Japan. That's another trade mission we've done. Southeast Asia is one of our biggest markets. They love high quality beef, but they also it's really easy to sell steaks and middle meats. It's really hard to sell those other parts of the animal that are prime for prime price. And those markets have allowed us to do that and create additional value for that animal. That's not only for beef industry, but I think we heard a lot today for the dairy producers as well, right? So these industries are corn, dairy, and beef are so interconnected within Wisconsin and important to each other.
And when they get here and see all the green and talk to the farmers, that's the other part where it's almost like they melt against the fence while they're standing there experiencing it.
Yeah, I think we do have a great story to tell, and we show them beef operations and dairy operations. We want them to see both pieces of that because they're both part of our supply chain and producing the high quality beef that we see in those, that we're providing. But I do think we have, and a lot of those, again, we know we have family farms and a great story to tell, and so it's been a great selling point.
Well, and I want to make sure that people understand, if you're a beef producer, you're worried about the Department of Agriculture's spending habits with Ag Export Council, to Tammy Vosson's credit, it's not like they're going to a five-star steak dinner every night. The last time I looked at their itinerary, they got done at JBS in Green Bay, and then they went to Culver's.
Yeah, they wanted to go to Culver's. I mean, that's my understanding. Why wouldn't you want to go to Culver's and have a Butterburger? I mean,
or the grocery store. You guys take them to the grocery store, too.
Yeah, I mean, just to see things. And that's what, we got to see when I went to Central America, we went to those grocery stores, we saw how U.S. beef was being marketed, and I went into that meat case, and I can tell you, I know it was coming from dairy beef because of the shape of the ribeye. So I have to, I don't know for sure, but I have to believe it's probably from Wisconsin, you know what I mean? So it was nice to see that.
So Jeff, take it from any angle that you'd like, from when it was Sartori trying to bridge into that global marketplace, the story that was told, that's again about a family kind of feel, leadership. Tell me a little bit about how it felt to evolve in that process and now how you're seeing it replicated to a certain extent on the Ag Export Council efforts.
Yeah, I think when you look at Sartori going into the export markets, we elected to go after Europe early. We did some market research at the time, and Germany was the highest country that 3% of the German cheese buying public felt that the United States made cheese equal to or better than European cheese, which is who we're always measured against. 10 years later, Germany was highest at 3%. 10 years later, Europe continent-wide was 72% equal to or better than European cheese. And it's getting customers exposed to what we're doing. Whether it's beef, whether it's ingredients, any of the commodities, cheese, we do things right here in Wisconsin.
You know, I don't want to, not to get too nosy about things, but one item also that I think is part of the underlying conversation here is, Howard mentioned it, you know, you get a little bit of money and you put it into a watershed project. You get a little bit of money and you put it into the Ag Export Council. That little bit of money can really help a small family business or even a larger business that may have to research something a little bit obscure. And I'll use a personal example. I was on, I don't know what they call them, reverse trade mission or something like that, and Sartori was trying to get into the Middle East. Now, Yankee from Northeast Wisconsin never stopped to think about some of the more popular products from Sartori may have a rub on them, wine rub or something like that, and that is no. It never dawned on me about those cultural differences that could cost you a lot of money if you had to do deep market research. If the Department of Agriculture helps you, I'm assuming that makes it very valuable.
I mean, the Department of Agriculture here helps tremendously from this standpoint with access to resources in virtually every country. So when you start looking at going in, you reach out, they put you in contact with somebody locally, and you learn. Like, it's a perfect example. When we went to the Middle East, we were not going to take our Merlot Bellavitano
Yeah,
there.
that's the one.
Or our Kentucky Bourbon Bellavitano. But the garlic and herb, other non-alcoholic rub cheeses are very popular in the Middle East.
You know, you talked about the consumer patterns, and I want to make sure we lean into that as well, because that may be the next great opportunity that we have in any Wisconsin business. Let's talk a little bit about consumer preferences. I want to stay with you, Jeff, just for the depth of Sartori and now your current business. Consumer preferences can change with one TikTok video pretty quick. Look at cottage cheese. How can the Export Council weigh in on some of those kinds of things? How do they help you? Give us a little sense on how fast you guys got to try to pivot to keep up with that consumer preference.
Well, the consumer preferences change. It can be hourly,
Yeah.
But you've just got to stay with it. When you think about the buyer missions that are done and you bring in people from all over the world, some of the questioning we ask is, what's popular in your country? What are you seeing? And it gives us ideas for products. And that doesn't happen without, it'd be incredibly expensive for us to go to all those countries. They're brought to us.
Mm-hmm. How incredibly expensive is it, Craig? You want a specific ingredient, or more importantly, an ingredient that has a story that you can in turn incorporate into yours. How expensive is that kind of research, and who helps you?
Absolutely. I think that generally it can be quite difficult really to find probably the customers. It can be difficult to find the partners that can do the research. So, I have to definitely agree with what Jeff is saying with the committee, but it's can be a challenge for sure. And those barriers for smaller companies like ourselves are higher, right?
Yeah. And do you see when my previous panel was up here, I said, dairy farmers, for example, are just getting browbeat over sustainability to the point now where they just glaze over as soon as you talk to them. But every farm has a story. How you label it, and how you send it or bring it to the buyer is different.
Absolutely. I think one of the challenges with sustainability really is sort of the data collection and sort of the quantifying it and being able to provide that to our customers, which in turn sell it to the end consumers. One of the challenges that we face is the market and really our customers. They require a degree of sustainability, but the challenge is, of course, nobody wants to pay the premium for it. So then where does sort of that squeeze happen ultimately?
Now, let's talk more about that sustainability. Amy, cattle industry has received criticism for how it raises its product. Wisconsin has a little different sustainability story versus other states as well, don't we?
Maybe. Not quite sure what you're referring
Pasture
to. Pasture
versus
sure.
feedlot.
Sure.
BLM land versus barn and that type thing.
Yeah, I think we do have a good sustainability story. I think one of the things we're very blessed with in Wisconsin is a lot of forage, and whether that's pasture forage or, again, a beef cow, primarily that even though we talk about corn-fed beef, the majority of the diet of that lifetime of that animal is still forage. We're only using the last few days of the life of it for corn, right? So we're utilizing particularly marginal land that we can't use for crop production, right? Pasture land that is not suitable for that and not suitable for other pieces of farming, right? So particularly as we go into the western part of the state along the river, there's a lot of areas there that we can utilize that we can't use for other agricultural purposes, right? So I think there's a lot of reasons why beef production is well suited to Wisconsin, and is profitable. We have folks who have specifically come to Wisconsin to start beef operations because of the abundance of water and forage.
You might as well do your commercial now. You had me sold when we were leaning against the table over there. I mean, some of what we were talking about is hopefully the message that you will at least think about on your drive home. And you make a great case for the blinkers ought to be off when it comes to the beef possibilities in Wisconsin.
Yeah. Well, I think we heard a lot of things here today, and Pam knows, and a few in this room know, I've been working in some way with the beef cattle industry for almost, I think now 15 years in Wisconsin, and I'm not a native. I came here and I started out as the state beef extension specialist, but it quickly became aware to me the tremendous amount of opportunity that we do have. We were talking a little bit back in the room, and I've had these conversations with other folks, and I get to see it now on my current job, but we export a lot of our young beef animals out of the state of Wisconsin. They get fed somewhere else, and then they come back here to Green Bay to get processed. I think there's a huge opportunity in Wisconsin that we have to utilize our corn, to utilize some of the infrastructure that we do have, keep those cattle in the state, and let's feed them here, and take advantage of some of those opportunities. So as we were talking about what are the opportunities and the ways to add value, I think that's one that's clear to me that we are missing an opportunity there, for sure.
And like you said, it's local. We're not trucking it in. It's local. What about you, Jeff? What opportunities are we missing? What things do you talk about, not necessarily just your area, but when the Export Council sits around, what other opportunities aren't we necessarily featuring on the panel today, but you get kind of excited listening to the potential?
I mean, you're even talking about sustainability from the standpoint, we don't take credit in dairy for all of the sustainability, whether it's the farm level or the processor level. When you think about every component in milk, how it's used, it has a use for it. And then the water that's left, in a lot of cases, most of the cheese companies
are cleaning that water to the point to be able to use it to clean their facilities. You know, I think we're incredibly good stewards for what we're doing, and we don't tell our story as well as we should. And I think that's probably we've got some individual cheese companies that they want it to be an advantage, but the industry really does well with it. You know, we make you know, when you think about the state, over 90% of the milk goes into cheese. We have, you know, when you think about how we've taken the beef for food and gotten it where it needs to be, we've done the same thing with the milk to be as productive as anybody else. And when you think about how much milk we get out of a cow today versus where it was 10 years ago, 20 years ago, we're second to none as a dairy production state as far as I'm concerned.
It still blows me away to think the product that we used to spread on the fields or feed to the hogs is now getting dried and fueling a lot of GLP-1 users.
GLP-1 users, all the energy drink business,
Yeah.
the protein bars.
Crazy.
All coming out of, you know, dairy byproducts.
It used to be hogs. Yep. Where are we going when you're in your business, Craig? What are consumers asking for from you? What's your next great conquest that you're working on now? And is it about a flavor? Is it about an experience? I mean, you're talking about craft brew. Last I heard, dry January, they don't drink as much. I mean, you got to be ready to pivot too.
Absolutely, and we've been very, very fortunate that we have pivoted very heavily to the food side. So I think that's what also distinguishes us from a number of the other malting companies as well. So we're very, very fortunate to have done that. Just in terms of trends, I think probably the ones that I would say are kind of the ones that you hear a lot in the media, right? Sort of that clean label. That's been definitely the strongest direction, strongest push. I don't really know if it's a new direction. I don't think that it is. I think it's more probably kind of that additional focus we're seeing, kind of more of this light being shown on that consumer interest. So that comes everywhere from, I mean, we all know about obviously the dyes, right? All the synthetic dyes, high fructose corn syrup, you know, ultra processed foods. So definitely those are our trends that we're seeing. And those are trends, fortunately, that work very, very well for us because that's been our focus over all of these years, really clean label.
You got a room full of advisors. What are your most difficult ingredients, dyes, or laundry list of things that you're trying to meet now that they could help you source in Wisconsin?
That is a really, really great question. You know, being ultimately grain-based, I would say really any of the grains that are grown out of state that could be grown here ultimately. I think we have some challenges, there's agronomic challenges, but really one of the biggest challenges that we have, and I'm sorry to go here, but it's transportation. That's one of the biggest issues that we have in terms of sourcing locally here in Wisconsin, absolutely.
And we used to be the malting state.
Well, we still actually, Manitowoc, as of 3 years ago, declared itself the specialty malting capital of the world. So I think we still are the malting state.
But transportation, what element, any element in particular?
Absolutely. I mean, there's a couple of elements. Rail is a very challenging piece of that. You know, one of the issues that we have is rail line weights. So a number of the rail lines in Wisconsin are, I would call, sort of underweighted. So they carry less than what is the national average. National average is 286, 315, 315,000 pounds. The line that we're on, for instance, is 263,000 pounds. So we've got an 8% really inefficiency built in to whatever we do, an 8% loss. And that's really a challenge for us when a lot of our competitors ultimately can move at 286 or 315. So 8% plus. So
we had somebody from the railroad here. There, just see it if you're still here.
Hey, Brad.
But that's interesting. I did not know that. I mean, that's something. Again, that's why we have these conversations because that impacts your business model. Either one of you two ever heard of that kind of thing? Wait. Okay, see, now we're all educated.
And we're in a unique state. So we're actually the largest rail user from Neenah all the way west to, all the way east to Manitowoc. So we move a pretty good amount of volume by rail. Actually, Watco Service is one of our facilities in Waterloo. They're fantastic. So thank you, Brad.
So what else don't we know that the Ag Export Council is doing, has done, is planning to do? I'm sure that you could use more money. How many people are engaged in the program? What surprises you about people that are inquiring about the Ag Export Council? Any one of you take the question, and the rest of you, instead of nodding off or being on your phone, get your questions ready because we're coming up on the bewitching half hour.
Yeah, I'll take that to start. I mean, the thing I look at with the Ag Export Council is you've got access to the resources. We can be spokespeople for the segments of the agriculture industry that we're involved with to what resources are available. And it really starts with export tech and building a business plan to go into different markets, all the way through support to getting you in those markets. And once you're in the market, if you're having problems, you can get resources to help. So it's really from cradle to grave.
Who's handing us our lunch? Whether it's from your business model or what you're hearing in industry, who can we take a note from that's doing it a little bit better, a little differently, has a different system, copying the greatest form of flattery? Who else is doing it better than us that you're kind of watching, either of you three?
I think DADCAP is doing it perfectly.
Oh my, that's no fun. Jeez. You're not getting it. They might give you free parking. That's about it, Craig, so don't get too, but I mean, seriously, competition is all around us. What can we, sharpen up in Wisconsin to capture a greater market share, capture a new customer?
I'll take that from the standpoint that it's really getting the word out. I mean, we talked earlier today, there were a lot of comments on, I'll say, some of the national issues that are challenging us, and those are real. But from a state, at least I get approached, whether it's Michigan, Minnesota, California, Vermont, on the dairy side of, what are you guys all doing? Because it's working for you. I mean, I do believe we are the model for working that way, and it's consolidated. Maybe the thing that would work is if we could get state control of national issues. That would.
What about you, Amy? You travel in wide circles. I mean, there was a time when dairy beef was very much condescended to, very much looked down the nose at it. And granted, the dynamics of what happened to the beef industry forced a lot of that hand. But where do we stand now when you have to sit in Denver or in Oklahoma? Can you give us a sense on have we made it into the big room?
Yeah, I think for sure Wisconsin is definitely more part of the conversation. I do think things like this, so while one of the things that I think as a result of the Ag Export Council for us is that DADCAP became a member of USMEF, and that organization has been tremendous. And if you don't know about the U.S. Meat Export Federation, they have staff and counsel around the world identifying markets for beef, pork, and lamb. And they're fantastic. They're our largest contractor on the beef checkoff. And I get to sit on that committee and hear. I think one of the things as we look at these uncertain times, and I think these guys would agree, and what's really important is we need to continually identify markets, and we need to continually make sure that, just as an example of what happened on the beef side, China was important, and when they shut us off, the USMEF was able to shift that and shift some of that product to Korea and do marketing efforts, and because they had the people, the relationships, and the resources. So whether it's DADCAP and the things that they're doing, not just on other commodities or partnering with somebody like USMEF, utilizing those resources, and I think making sure that we manage that risk. Part of that is making sure that we do have those relationships there and available, so when we need to make a change, we can take advantage of that.
I got to believe that's kind of true with you too, Craig.
Absolutely. You know, it's funny because somebody asked me the question probably about a month ago. They said, if you could pick any place in the country or in the world to build a malt house, where would it be? And I said I would build it exactly where we are in Wisconsin. You know, from, again, going back to logistics, still, even though there are challenges from having this trifecta of rail, water, and truck where we are, but really the institutions that help support our business and similarly situated businesses. I said before, DATCAP is doing it perfectly. And actually, very seriously, DATCAP has provided a lot of support for us and I think for a lot of other business here in Wisconsin. When we talk about the trade missions, we talk about the grants, it's really active and I think they're doing it right, as are a lot of the other Wisconsin institutions like WISDOT as well. So I think that we're very well positioned. I mean, there's always learnings you can take from other states, for sure, and other countries, but I think we're really doing things right here.
Questions? We've got the 2 microphones up here. Don't be distracted. Look away. That's like Oz over there. Close the drapes. I saw the Miller Lite too. Let's stay focused, children. But if you've got questions or maybe there's something that you're pursuing that we should know about, ran into quality issues or grading issues, something like that, because I'm sure that it's all about this exchange of stories and information. Just catch their, oh, we've gotten transportation conversation.
Railroad guy's got a question.
Uh-oh.
So I've noticed in some of our trade, now we have an anti-American sentiment to buy and export to overcome. And I'm just wondering if you're seeing that in your markets, just due to the trade policy and how we're treating some of our partners. So I offer that up.
I mean, it's a good question. I might word it a little differently. I don't know that it's anti-American, but at least the markets that we work in, people still want the product, but what they're trying to do is get us to take the responsibility for any uncertainty so that they can continue to supply it because they're not going to pay 50% premiums. The toughest part is we've got to get to, if it's not free trade, equal trade. You know, most people don't realize for us to export a pound or a kilo of cheese into Europe, we pay more per pound or kilo than Europe pays to bring product here. It's dairy, agriculture, you know, when you look, because of our advantages, our productivity, we've been working with one hand tied behind our back for a long time. And yeah, there's that sentiment, but the customers don't really feel that way. If you've got your product there, they want to continue to get the product.
Amy?
I think we've been fortunate because we produce this product that is unique and people demand it, and we have a high demand for that product because I think Dr. Botel showed it, the price, and many of you guys have seen it in the grocery store, but to our customers, export customers, it's even more expensive. And in reality, most of what I understand why exports are down is a supply issue more than it is because of demand. So when you have a product that's good, I think we can overcome some of that. So we haven't seen that yet.
Well, like you said, the variety meat story just always blows my mind.
Yeah.
I mean, people don't stop and think about that unless you go to a foreign grocery store, and I've been blessed to travel. When you go and see what they call center of the plate,
For sure.
it's like, you know, the cats used to eat that at the farm.
No, we haven't talked about that piece too, but it's a really critical part to our export market is there's a lot of parts of the animal that we don't eat, tongue, liver, other pieces, but tripe. And that's another, besides the high quality beef part, that's adding a lot of value as well, is those other pieces of the animal that, again, culturally, we don't consume in the United States. And so some of that is even a need base, and so more of that's going to underdeveloped countries, working with those. One interesting story that we heard about is, particularly in Chile and Peru, most of those folks are anemic, so liver is a really critical part of their diet. So one of the things USMEF had done is develop a liver burger. So I'm sure you guys are all excited to have that on your next menu. But it was popular, and
What did they flavor it with?
flavor. It's not 100% liver, but mostly liver.
Glass of water.
Yeah, Pam.
Glass of water.
We were all excited to try it when
I
we heard about
bet.
it. Yes, we were. But for them, those are being marketed to schools and hospitals, and again, from a health standpoint too, we're offering something that those folks need.
Yeah, yep.
Yeah, our value proposition is really quality. We sell on quality, not price. So we have a certain degree of really price elasticity. But in terms of kind of the tariffs, I think we do feel it from sort of both sides. So on the one hand, similar to what Jeff said about being foreclosed from markets, the duties going into Europe for us are 40 times higher than coming into the U.S. Not 40%, 40 times. Ooh. So that closes off the entire market for us. We do reach other markets. We export to about 30 countries worldwide. But on the other hand, though, obviously we feel some of the pressure, from our growers and with our growers because of their inputs, right? The materials, right? Metal, all of those things. So I think that it creates opportunity, but it also creates a lot of pressure and a lot of risk as well.
40 times.
40 times.
Wow.
Yeah.
I mean, that's just even hard to fathom.
Oh, it's ridiculous.
Questions? Arm in the air, anybody? How much further? Okay, so let's think a little bit more about
We got questions.
Oh, surprising. Kelly Wilford with a question.
Yeah.
Cross-examination from Miss Wilford.
Well, my first question is for Craig, and why is Manitowoc County the best county in the
Oh, of
state?
course.
Just kidding. I'm also from Manitowoc, so I had to ask.
I thought you were from Two Rivers.
Same.
Close enough.
I live in
Come see,
Manitowoc
come
these
see.
days.
Oh, there we go.
But my question for really the three of you, working in the export market, one of the things that from a farmer level, I think we sometimes have a hard time communicating, and so especially given that you have employees, how do you help communicate down what the impact of that export market means for Wisconsin's economy, for those jobs on the ground?
Just go.
I can at least say this. We've been able to just, from beef exports alone, we know that's probably contributing at least about $400 a head to the total value of that animal. So that's getting passed down through that supply chain, right? So that's a figure that USCMAF has been able to consistently monitor, and it's been $400 or higher, which is a significant portion of value. So without that, and we've been at times where we haven't had those exports, and it's reflected in the price.
Yeah, I mean, I think it came out in one of the presentations earlier today on the dairy side. It's a little over 18, 19% of our milk, wherever it's used, is actually exported. We don't have a market for it here. If we continue on the productivity gains we are, we have to go outside our boundaries to be able to continue to grow not just the processors, but the farms. And we do the best that's out there. I mean, it's real simple to explain to employees. And in general, I think employees take a lot of pride when they know you're selling in all these different countries. And, you know, some countries, at least on the dairy side, you know, I think there's 60 countries that are real easy to do. Then you get beyond that, and there's a lot of regulation to get through.
I gotta believe you got the same kind of.
Absolutely. So generally our team members, they see really where the products are going, and we're we make a concerted effort to communicate that to the team so that they're aware that they're engaged and they know what we're doing. You know, it's very nice for our team members when they go out to breweries domestically and they see bags of our malt, and they really love that. And that's a great source of pride for us and kind of what we do. We have had team members that have traveled internationally. When they go internationally, they see our bags in certain countries, and again, that's really a source of pride, and of course that makes its way back. So it really comes down to that communication and team engagement.
Question right here.
Hi, my name is Bruce Kahn. I'm with an organization called SCORE Mentors. As a voter in both state and federal elections, what are the 1, 2, or 3 things that we should be talking to our legislators, both at the state and federal levels, about to help agricultural exports?
I'll start with that. To me, where I would be pushing at the federal level is that we need to get trade agreements in place. Europe has gone to very targeted trade agreements in specific countries and putting non-tariff barriers in place for us. And we are literally getting, and this is not just the current administration, this has gone on for multiple administrations in a row, where we just have not gotten trade agreements done. And, a healthy economy, leads to where we can have, I'm going to say healthy families from the standpoint because we have jobs and good jobs.
Would you mind repeating that, sir?
Are you saying that the World Trade Organizations that we hear about have not been, the agreements have not been complied with, and a lot of these countries are just going off and doing bilateral trade agreements?
You've got I would say the, WTO has, while they've attempted to do it, the issue is you've got so many competing organizations and governments that WTO has not worked to have a universal system there. We try to look, at least on the agriculture side, to something called Codex for identification of items. WTO has gone against that with allowing geographic indicators in places. You've got a Madrid protocol that goes against a lot of the basic tenets of our Patent and Trademark Office. It's the more organizations there are out there, the more complex it makes it, and you get more conflict.
That's been poorly reported for years, I guess.
We're the minority voice.
Pardon me?
Agriculture is the minority voice. And just in my years of broadcasting, the WTO tends to cater to the lowest denominator. We want to help the starving kids in Kenya. They want to target that way, and they almost villainize. The United States says we could come in and do this. Well, we want them to do it for themselves. And then they change government or something happens. So good intentions get derailed. But agriculture, everywhere and I've been blessed to travel and see agriculture in interesting places. I was thinking of when I was in Egypt, in Egypt at that time, then I'm an old broad, so it was a while ago, and I went with the U.S. Department of Agriculture, and their open air markets are where everybody does their shopping. It's outdoors. So the meat's hanging in the outdoors with flies on it, and the cheese is outdoors and that type of thing. They wanted to take us to their supermarket, which was about as big as 6 tables. And so and it's got everything. And I'm walking around, and there's one skanky-looking piece of Wisconsin cheese in Cairo, Egypt. And it's like, we can do this. We can do this if you let us help you do this. We can do this. So it's interesting. Maybe, Craig, you've got better insights because, again, you're on that food side of let me help, let me do this?
Yeah, absolutely. I think one item, and I appreciate the question very much. I think one topic that would push, probably no surprise, is infrastructure funding. To make any upgrades is so expensive, and we're talking about tens and tens and tens plus of millions of dollars. We've poured a lot of money into infrastructure upgrades. Fortunately, we've gotten some support from WISDOT for our maritime, basically our maritime capabilities. But we're very aware of what the potential of our region holds for value-added products, which is something that the Secretary talked to and earlier, and also more, I'd say, sort of the commodity products. But again, really reaching these other locations, other places, it costs money, and that's one of the major challenges. There has to be the ROI there, but again, even with that, there's tremendous CapEx. So I think that's one element that would help improve our competitiveness globally.
Very good point. Yeah? Oh, sorry. I saw you pop up. Anybody else? Stick your arm up in the air.
I'm coming.
Leonard? He can hear him.
Craig, when you look at entering new markets, is it top down or bottom up? So by that I mean, like, are you going through institutions, governments, like all the way down, or is it like there's a buyer, you're working with them, right, facilitating it that way?
Yeah, that's a great question. Very often we've really reached out to customers, or we've connected with customers and brokers. We have had assistance and support of American government overseas, right? So through missions, of course, and through the embassies and some of the programs that are offered kind of through that vector, USDA, et cetera. But very often it's us engaging with the customers directly. I would say probably majority is us reaching out and going directly to customers, or customers reaching out to us.
Anybody else want to take a shot at that one?
I mean, I'll say we do it more of assessing by country what the potential market size is to start with, because you do have resources you've got to expend to be able to get into those markets. And then with that, we then look at the treaties that exist between the two countries, and then, tariff barriers and then non-tariff barriers, and we grade them A, B, and C, and we focus on the A countries.
All right. Any other questions? I'm going to give yep.
So you talked about the non-trade barriers and, for exporting more. What is the best strategy to start knocking those things down, to have those markets? It seems like the current administration is doing this, let's put up tariffs and bring them to the table, but it's causing a lot of collateral damage and a lot of uncertainty. What is the better strategy? Is there one?
I would say, and agriculture has done this in the past, rarely, but it's happened, where we as an industry band together and, go after representatives, senators, and really push the agenda that's going to support agriculture. Whether that happens, we're dealing with situations with such slim majorities that it's hard, that the extremes on both sides get listened to more than the people in the middle, and we all pay for that. But working with your representative, working with your senator, it'd be interesting to look, because people here are all active, they have an interest in it. How many communications do you make with your representative or senator every year? It should be at least 10 to 12.
I think one of the questions really ultimately is whether these tariffs that were put in place, whether these were implemented for leverage, or whether these were implemented to try to have renegotiate, or whether they were implemented really to create ultimately additional revenue for the government. So are they kind of an ends to a mean, or are they permanent? And that's obviously a question that I think nobody here can answer. And if you can, please tell me, because I'd love to know. So yeah, but I think you know, just repeating what was just said, it's really kind of that communication to your representative, and you know, just trying to voice really what's important to you and to your industry. And
I don't want to jump ahead of you, Steve, but I had one question that I was curious wasn't asked earlier. What happens if the Supreme Court throws tariffs out?
Who's that for?
I don't care. Jump.
They'll find another mechanism.
Yeah.
I mean, this is not the only mechanism.
Well, and that's what I wondered. Are we going to whiplash, or what are we going to do on the interim?
Yeah,
Is it market chaos, or is John Heinberg when I need him? But I wondered why nobody asked that earlier today.
And I think one of the big challenges, one of the big questions there as well, is whether there are refunds that are going to be paid. How does that all look? You know, and this interim is any sort of mechanism by which they can introduce new tariffs. Is that kind of a fresh start, or can you somehow make it you know, retroactive? So, and that's a question to be seen. So,
Steve.
The ability to, I mean, before Trump and all the current tariff situations, the ability to export into, say, European markets or the Japanese market, this goes back to the Reagan administration. I'm that old. Is that there was this reoccurring theme about opening up trade markets, that food was always treated differently because there's this kind of national defense that countries almost felt as though it's a national defense that we need to be able to feed ourselves. So that means we need to protect our farmers within our countries. Is that mentality still floating around out there, so that agriculture will always have this kind of additional hurdle that other industries may not have?
I mean, I will say I've had the benefit of participating in some of the Asian Pacific negotiations, and I have not heard that come up. The one country that I have heard that come up in is India.
India?
Yep.
Really? Yeah, because I was going to say, if you look at the European Union, what they're doing in places like Ireland and Norway, or not Norway, but Holland, they've forgotten the lineage of World War II, and now the land's more important for people use than agriculture use, from what the farmers have told me. But I'm just the moderator. I'm not supposed to say those things.
Well, and you said, and at the same point, they're convincing consumers that their approach is better than ours.
Yeah, that's true. Very true.
and there's one piece I'd just like to add. I know that there was a question, some questions basically what we can communicate to our elected officials, right? I think one of the biggest challenges that we have, and I would imagine everybody here on this panel agrees, I know that the Secretary mentioned it, some other people have mentioned it, it's stability at the end of the day. I think we've seen so much really sort of variance in what's happening with tariffs and trade negotiations, and that's very, very difficult to navigate. That certainty provides a lot of value, a lot of benefit to, I think, every business.
Transportation too. Final question.
Undercurrents. 14 months ago, I'm working with a number of climate smart commodity projects. I'm Tim Bay, I'm a professor of energy finance here. And the entire dairy sector, majority of beef, definitely the biofuel sector, are all looking at global standardization, carbon accounting, execution from the farm level through the processor, through the CPGs.
And it's gone.
Poof. All the oxygen taken out of the room. From each of your perspectives, do you see those fundamentals, optimizing at the farm level, integration with the processor level, returning once we get past this stage? Or is that entire international standardization, sustainability standards, has that gone by the wayside?
I'll let you start because that's a tough one.
You're all looking at me, huh? No, I think there should be a base level of it. I will personally say I think it was going too far. I think what makes producers and processors here as successful is we can take and, I'll say specialize our products to the flavors that we want, what the consumers may want in different markets. And I would always say, I used to like to go to conferences and hear the standardization talks and what you needed to do, and I'd walk away and say, we're gonna do the exact opposite, because I wanna be different. That's how I'm gonna generate value. But I do think there's a base level when it comes to food safety, quality of the products, nutrition, that all should be there, but there's a line that it shouldn't go past.
On that note, I believe that we have come to the end of the 2026 Ag Forum. I want to give special thanks to Dr. Paul Mitchell, who you have no idea how much time and energy, physical and mental, that he puts into pulling this together. Jeremy, appreciate the invitation. Jeff Hadachek, Steve Deller, you guys are staples around this. I really appreciate it. Social hour is about to commence. My name is Pam Yankee, the fabulous Farm Babe. I appreciate having the chance to help with moderation this afternoon. I hope everybody goes away with something extra to think about. Enjoy the cocktails, the panel. Thank you so much.